You want to do that at 7:30?
I've already clicked, so it'll be ready by the time we hit 7:30.
Wait.
Right when you are, Jesse.
All right, I'm calling to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting, January 4th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States, to the republic, which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all. Amen. Born and unborn.
All right, we will start with the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the December 21st, 2020 work session minutes?
I'll move that motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno. Aye.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Abbott-Jasinski.
All right. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno. Aye.
Eva?
Abbott-Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye. Dead last.
I'm dead last. Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Is there a motion to approve the December 21st, 2020 regular meeting minutes?
I'll move that motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
Second, Deb Kopeck.
All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno. Aye.
Eva?
Abbott-Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We have two announcements tonight. The first is a proclamation honoring Frank M. White, and that's going to be done by Superintendent Peter Cummings.
Thank you, Jesse. And it's really a pleasure to be here this evening. So I appreciate everyone taking a moment. It's my pleasure to recognize Dr. White, Frank White, who has had many, many years of public service in Narragansett. So Frank recently retired for the second time from the school committee, after this past election. And, in talking with Jim and, kind of through the council, we wanted to recognize his service. And so, I'd like to read this proclamation in his honor. Before I do so, I just want to say personally, Frank has been an unbelievable school committee member. He has been a leader. He's been all about students, and throughout his whole life in Narragansett has really put children first. And so it's my honor to read this proclamation in his honor. A proclamation honoring Frank M. White. Whereas Frank M. White began his most recent service when he was appointed as a member of the Narragansett School Committee in 2009 in a time of crisis, while also maintaining a distinguished and renowned career as a professor of mechanical and ocean engineering at the University of Rhode Island. Whereas Frank M. White had previously served on the Narragansett School Committee between 1972 and 1976, acting in a critical role in the design, approval, and construction of Narragansett High School, which opened in 1975. Whereas Frank M. White shared his expertise, wisdom, and attention to detail as a key member of the school committee, always putting students and families first as he helped craft district budgets, support instructional programs, and design meaningful policies. Frank was well known for his commitment to the arts and for his weekly tutoring of students in mathematics. Whereas Frank M. White has lived in Narragansett since 1964 and raised 4 daughters with his late wife, Janine. They always remain active in town through various areas of support, such as serving on the Board of Trustees of the Narragansett Library and many other civic organizations. Whereas the members of the Narragansett Town Council and Narragansett School Committee, on behalf of all town employees and citizens of Narragansett, recognizing that the town and school district have indeed been left better off thanks to his dedication, wish to extend to Frank M. White our gratitude. Now, therefore, all our citizens join us in extending to Frank M. White our deepest appreciation for his professionalism, his commitment to the bettering of our schools, and his distinguished service to the town of Narragansett, adopted this 4th day of January 2021.
Great.
So many thanks. Congratulations to Frank. We're appreciative of everything that he has done for us.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I wasn't aware that he was actually served twice. So almost 15 years of service on that committee. So very impressive. I appreciate that. Next, we have another announcement, the town manager regarding a skating rink donation. Jim?
Good evening, everyone. Susan had asked me earlier during the week on about the Take It Outside initiative, just to make a quick restatement about that. There were 2 different grants. One was given to the Chamber of Commerce, which the town has nothing to do with. That's a separate entity, and they're handling it. We were granted $64,000, which we expended to 18 local businesses, nonprofits, and even town departments. Subsequent to distributing that to $64,000 worth of gear, we applied for another $4,800 grant because some businesses had purchased some qualified Take It Outside materials, and we checked with Rhode Island Commerce and were requested if we could reimburse these people since they were purchasing basically the same thing that the town was providing through the grant to other businesses. And we have also expended that $4,800. So altogether, the town was awarded $68,800, and we have spent all of it by distributing it to all the businesses. The chamber did receive one for $50,000. I cannot speak on their finances, but is Peg on right now?
Just looking on the list.
The chamber had come forward to Steve Wright and to myself, wishing to use the Take It Outside grant funding that they received to purchase a synthetic ice rink, is what they call it, that we could use at our town facilities for town events with other groups. And Steve thought it was a great idea. I did. Jesse, I briefed Jesse on it, and a few of the council people are aware of it. And Peg had said that is what they'd like to do. They'd like to use the funds to donate this rink to the town. And I was hoping I thought she was going to be on tonight.
I'm on, Jim.
Hi, Peg. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Well, I think it'd be best if you speak on this. So we appreciate the offer.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, folks. Yes, as Jim mentioned, there were 2 different grants. One that Jim did on behalf of the town, and then one that I did on behalf of the town, but from a different angle. My grant was titled "To Spread the Joy, Not the Virus." And the idea was to bring all of the Festival of Lights activities that normally occur inside, outside, as in a holiday fair. So that was the genesis of that particular grant. And in fact, it was awarded to the chamber to execute, and we were giving $50,000 to do that. It took a fair amount of money up front to plan the event, and we could not recoup all of it, but we were able to recoup some, and then we had monies that we did not use. And having said that, rather than lose the money, the board and I decided that we would try to do something for the community with that money nonetheless. And that's where the idea came up to in fact, purchase a synthetic ice ring for the town of Narragansett to enjoy. So I had $22,000 left in the grant, and the goal was the same, to spread joy and to do something for the community. So with that in mind, the ice skating rink is something that we've all been talking about for years. I've been a member of the town of Narragansett, a resident for 40 years, and I remember it well when we did have our little skating rink, and it was just so wonderful to have. So I know it's long been a request of the community at large. So we're just totally thrilled to be able to do this. So along with some little bit of help from some sponsors, we needed about $5,000 more dollars. So if anybody wants to step up, you're welcome to do so. But the chamber is going to kick in another $5,000 if we can't raise it in order to pay for the shipping. And in fact, we're going to be able to send that rink along our way. Discussions, of course, have occurred with Parks and Recreation, with Steve Wright and the gang, and who have been phenomenal regarding storage and setup and management and placement, et cetera. And all those details are being worked out, and there's great enthusiasm around this. And again, we're just thrilled to do it. We see the ice skating rink as something to be shared with all of the organizational partners in the town, such as the Lions Club and others, and of course, for any events, as long as they're sanctioned by state and local government. So while I'm at it, if I can just please take a moment to say thank you to people who really helped us out for the holiday fair and in fact in executing this. So thanks to the Lions Club people, they were unbelievable. So please thank Sue Wright on my behalf, Joe Vinci and Rick Lima, who just did phenomenal work. Parks and Rec, Steve Wright and Joe Harvey knocked themselves out. You know, of course, Jim Tierney's support and Mike DeLuca, who just single-handedly handles that whole Jingle Bell run. So Mike, thank you so very much for the extra effort you put in to make this virtual, and just a tremendous level of support that we got from the whole community. And it just seems fitting that we pay you back with a nice donation of this. And I trust that the town council supports this for the community and the partnerships that hopefully it'll lead to in the future. So thank you so very much.
Thanks, Peg.
All right, thank you, Jim and Peg, for that. All right, so we will move on to open forum. For open forum, just a reminder that everyone will have an opportunity to speak on all agenda items. So if you have anything to say on an item tonight, you can do it then. Any other general commentary can definitely be spoken on in open forum. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. So let's go ahead and start the open forum. Dan, who do we have?
First up is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Stanley, please state your full name and address.
Dan Wojciechowski, Boston Neck Road, Narragansett. I want to say that my wife Mary balanced our checkbook for the last 53 years, and I never caught an error. So you can believe I was so happy that there was 3 women on the council who were probably going to watch the checkbook like Mary did. You know, that was really fun. And I was hoping that all of you would use the same very driving commitment, and that you succeeded to get on the council, you would use that committee, that same type of commitment on budget issues and taxes. Because you succeeded on the library, it's going through, and one success, but you know, your job's not done. Let's focus on budget and taxes. I always felt that politicians failed on tax issues. Even myself, I didn't have a lot of education on money and taxes. And all these years, I've tried to improve. And I read in the newspaper, the Jamestown Press, that the state House Finance Committee did not increase taxes and fees. You know, that's one of the first times there was something good coming, because I always felt that the state really had a bad tax issue, causing all the smart people to go to Florida, not for the temperature, but for the tax problem. And that's what my lawyer said. You got to get out. The taxes are bad. Now, I want to reference the last meeting. The last meeting, you all voted for a 41% increase in rental registration fees. 41%, $85 to 120. Not only is that money excessive from my perspective, I think that this retro registration list really came because of noise and college students and all that issue. And really it was a policing issue, and the police have a list. They already have a list. You know, we need to consolidate these two lists into one police list and let the police note the people who violate it. All the college students by name should be included on that list. So landlords and other people can use that when they're screening for their tenants. Then I noticed, I looked on, and December 7th up to January 3rd, there was only 2 noise issues. Obviously, the COVID has worked much better than any list. We don't need the list. The COVID's work now. And I don't know what's going in the future, but we only had 2 problems in almost a month. Again, no need for a list. And I think this list cost almost $200,000, somewhere under $200,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm hoping that we will not try to get a 5-0 vote on any item. I hope somebody will stand up and note that this second list is not needed. The police list is adequate. And let's try to save money for the poor people, the poor tenants, the single mother who is behind 5 months on her rent, and you increase the fees on something that's not needed. Does somebody has the will and the drive to get rid of that list and stay with the police? And give the police an extra $10,000, but not $200,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Dina DeRuzo.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Dina, please
Great.
state your full name and address.
Yes. My name is Dina DeRuzo. I reside at 18 Louise Avenue. I'm a Narragansett resident. I just want to first thank newly elected Susan Cicilline Bonanno for visiting me this weekend. Thank you very much, Susan. It was a pleasure to meet you and speak with you over the weekend. And I was really happy that you came down to our neighborhood to look at the right-of-ways. I want to speak on behalf of the motion number 19. As I did in 2000.
Excuse me, if it's for 19, we will be taking public comment on that item when we get to that. So you can speak on whatever you want in open forum, but we will be taking comments specifically on that item.
Okay, well, I'm gonna speak on it right now too. So thank you very much, Jesse. And thank you to the other council members who received my emails. But again, thank you to Susan for responding to me. I just wanted to say that as I was in 2019, I'm opposed to expanding or adding parking in residential zone area in the Point Judith area. I am opposed to this because of safety reasons and the abuse of taxpayer dollars. As a taxpayer in a residential area, we are looking for safety. In my area, we get no natural gas, no trash pickup, no sewers. We pay for beach access passes, and I do not have any children in the public schools. So my question is, why are my tax dollars being spent on parking spaces that will need to be cared for and monitored? And I want to also point out that as Susan saw down when she visited, that there is no one in our Point Judith neighborhood, in our peaceful neighborhood, that has blocked right-of-ways in our neighborhood. Susan also mentioned to me that she wouldn't want to see 10 parking spaces in front of her house either. So I am adamantly against motion number 19. I also want to make note that if this motion were to pass, would that affect our taxes? Would this become a recreational zone, which then it has to be rezoned? And I also would like to make a suggestion, which I've been noticing that people have been parking on the sidewalk, on the main road, which is Ocean Road. And there are no parking signs on that road. So there hasn't been any issues with people getting ticketed. So those people are able to walk right down any road in our neighborhood to reach the right of ways. So that seems to be a very reasonable plan for those people to continue walking. But I would love to see sidewalks and an expansion of the main drag road of Ocean Road so that me as a resident can actually walk up the street to go get ice cream at Aunt Carrie's. It's a very dangerous road to walk on, and I would love to see my tax dollars being used on the main road, putting sidewalks and available parking for surfers that they can then walk down our residential smaller roads to the 3 right-of-ways that are in our neighborhood. So that seems a very reasonable plan to use my taxpayer dollars. Again, thank you, Susan, for your time, for coming by, and I hope to speak to you again. And to the newly elected members, I hope that you also will come down to the Point Judith neighborhood to see that it's a very peaceful neighborhood with roads that need to be maintained and paid because they're falling apart, not to put extra parking spaces. Thank you very much, the town council members, and thank you, Jim Tierney, for your time too.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Yeah, hi, this is Joe Ghazi. I reside on 35 Calif Ave, which is on the corner of Calif and Louise. I also own lot 90 on Louise Ave, which is across the street from my driveway in Calif. The last time this matter, issue number 19 on the agenda, was in front of the council was in 2019. Council voted against it. That time, the owner of the Bonneview restaurant offered surfers free public parking at the Bonneview. Neighbors and many others in attendance at those meetings thought that this was an amazing opportunity, which would serve both the community of surfers and the neighborhood. Several people thought the solution was a great example of how business and community can work together to create solutions. The person who was representing the surfers, if you don't mind me saying, Conrad Furla, the lead spokesperson for the group, he voiced no argument over that solution. However, there was a strong pushback from Mr. Murray, and he stated that the surf break wasn't that good near Bonneview, and that a surfer would have to paddle over to our neighborhood, and that is about a mile away. This comment drew a lot of skepticism by the neighbors because we all know it was grossly inaccurate. If you clock that distance in your vehicle from the Bonneview to the entrance on Nichols Ave is only 0.2 of a mile. I find it preposterous that that option was dismissed because he says it was a big effort to surf for 2 hours. And then when you're done, you're really tired and you have to paddle back to the Bonneview. There's about 50 parking spaces available at the Bonneview. So several neighbors along myself in that area felt that the Bonneview solution was a really great, realistic option with ample convenient parking for everybody, all with no expenditures to a town budget, no disruption to natural landscape, no damage to wetlands, wildlife, or the peace and quiet of the neighborhood. And that option is still viable to the town at this time. I wrote an email earlier and I had an aerial picture of the Rose Nolman parking lot. And I think you could all see at first glance, there's probably 50 cars parked in this picture. I estimated that there's probably enough space for another 50 to 55 cars there. And just left of that, that area is an area known as Camp Cronin. And if you look at the Camp Cronin parking area, there's at least 100 plus cars that can be parked in that area. And when you exit Camp Cronin onto Ocean, you probably only have to walk maybe 50 yards before you get to the right-of-way to the ocean, which is a public right-of-way, and you can get access to the beach for your surfing. So over this past year in 2020, there was some COVID restrictions parking in Rose Nolman, and the cars were allowed to park side by side along Ocean, and you could exit the, you could enter the beachhead from that same public area, which is once again probably only like 20, 25 yards from the parking area. So the there's at least 4 viable options with free parking and immediate access to the ocean. You got the Bonneview Restaurant as an option. You have Rose Nolman Park as an option. You have Camp Cronin as an option. And then what the prior spokesperson mentioned, along Ocean Road, directly adjacent to the neighborhood, there was plenty of parking all summer long and all fall for anyone who wanted to park on Ocean and just simply walk down any of those avenues. And there was really no issues throughout the entire surfing season. It seemed that everything was going along just fine. So the 4 current parking options that I mentioned cause no public safety issues for access for fire, ambulance, EMT, or school buses. And there's several people in the neighborhood. We're just wondering why these 4 public parking solutions aren't good enough for the community of surfers. And we're also curious as to why are some council members, again, so intent on making these strange accommodations at the expense of the town budget, and or the current beautiful natural areas that you want to roll in with gravel and just kind of make a mess of. There's wildlife that exists in there. There's swans, there's wetlands. And moreover, the expense will fall onto the neighborhood folks who own property and pay taxes to the town. Lastly, the new proposal for this parking has a plan of putting in 10 gravel spots on Louise. I care to mention that from the east end of Louise, near the ocean, the first spot is located at the midpoint on lot 90. I had mentioned I own lot 90. And I need unrestricted access to my property. I can't have public parking blocking my access. I have a recently brand new shed that was built on that land with all the approvals from the town. And I need to be able to access that in an unrestricted manner. Other than that, that should do it for me. Happy New Year to you all. Good luck in your new ventures with the town council. Thank you for your time.
Moving forward, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, we're going to mute and move on to the next person. Thank you. And who's next?
Next is Brian Moses.
Brian, please state your full name and address.
Hi, this is Brian Moses. My family owns the property at 9 Pilgrim Avenue on Point Judith, in the Point Judith neighborhood. I'm coming to speak today in support of Motion 19. I think that the town has to find an outlet for surfers to park legally within our neighborhood. I don't think surfers specifically seek to break rules. And I think finding a new avenue for those surfers to park within our neighborhood without getting ticketed is a plausible solution. But I also agree with the previous statements that Ocean Road needs to be improved and looked at in terms with a sidewalk. But I want to say that my family approves or supports Motion 19. Thanks.
We will take one more person now, and then we'll go to our public hearing scheduling.
Okay, next is Bruce.
Bruce, full name and address, please. I think you're muted.
Yes.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Genseth. I live at 25 Calif Avenue, Narragansett. I would like to speak to item 19 on the agenda also, allowing parking on the ocean ends of Conant and Pilgrim Avenues. A club that I belong to, the Narragansett Surfcasters, adopted the Conant Avenue public access several years ago, and we have been doing the maintenance such as mowing, trimming brush, and picking up litter at that site. The public access areas at Conant and Pilgrim Avenues are town-owned property and should be easily accessible to all residents of Narragansett, not just those like myself who live in the area. So I don't have not going to be long-winded on this. The main point I'll repeat, the public access areas at Connet and Pilgrim Avenues are on town-owned property and should be easily accessible to all residents of Narragansett, not just those like myself who live in the area. And I also support the additional parking on Nichols, Louise, and Pilgrim Avenues. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, let's go. We'll put open forum on hold for now. Let's go ahead to our public hearing scheduling. All right, so we have a motion to schedule a public hearing on the application of NRI Ventures Incorporated, doing business as RI Social for a new Class B victualler alcoholic beverage license at Assessor's Plat P Lot 289-5, 140 Point Judith Road, Unit 5, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
And is there a second? Everyone's on mute.
I'll second. Eva Jasinski.
All right, second by Eva. So again, this is just a motion to schedule, but just a little background info. This is the unit where Proof used to be in Mariner Square. So everyone knows that previous business. Any thoughts by the council? Nope.
Good.
And anybody from the public? Remember, this is for the motion to schedule this public hearing.
I've got two hands up that were up for open forum, Carleen Town and David
You're up
Smith.
for open forum.
Yeah,
Okay. So we'll just move on since those are just for open forum. Let's go right to the vote. Susan?
Is there
We need to
scheduling?
have the date.
Date,
Yep.
yes.
So the date we have here would be for February 1st. Is there any conflict to anyone's schedule? That would be, actually, that's our meeting. That would be during our meeting. So first meeting in February.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a gripe here.
Well, just a schedule.
I know, but you might want to check those hands, see if they want to comment on this,
Okay. All right, let's
I
go to
mean-
public comment. That's fine.
you know?
first is Carleen Town.
All right,
Please state your first name or your full name and address.
No, Carleen Town, 240 Wood Hill Road. I was trying to speak at open forum, so I'll wait.
Yep.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Carleen. We'll check with David as well.
David Smith.
David, full name and address. Was this for this item?
No, it's Rosemary Smith, and I lowered my hand, I thought, because I would like to speak about an announcement in open session, so open
All right,
comment.
go. You can leave your hands up. We'll go right to you guys when we get back to open forum.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right. Patrick, you good?
thank you, Jesse. You may proceed. No.
All right.
I don't want to get in trouble. Every time we have a meeting, we have some type of violation, for God's sake.
I gotcha. That's one of the little tricks of the complications of Zoom with the hand raising. But let's go right to the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next is a motion to schedule a public hearing on a proposed ordinance providing that Chapter 1075 of the Code of Ordinances be amended by the enactment of an amendment to the budget for the town of Narragansett fiscal year beginning the first day of July 2020 and ending the 30th day of June 2021. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
And is there a second?
Second. Eva
second.
Jasinski.
All right, second by Eva. All right, so this is the scheduling of the budget amendment related to the transfer of 441 to the library budget. This would be for February 1st as well. So same meeting as the last one. And this public hearing is required now due to a resident petition asking for it. So are there any questions or thoughts from the council? Nope. All right. Again, this is to schedule. There is a new hand up. I think Stanley.
It is
All right.
Stanley. Stanley?
Yes, Stan Wachowski, Boston Neck Road. I think there's I thought there was an error or a misstep here, because at the last meeting, this 441, I thought was coming out of the surplus funds. And now I read the document here, and it looks like the budget actually is being increased by that amount. So now we got a budget increase, not a usage of surplus funds with the existing budget, but an actual budget increase. And I don't think that's what we agreed to. I didn't think that was not the road that we were going to travel as of the last meeting. So I think there's an error here, and I'd like it adjusted back to taking it out of the surplus. I mean, that's bad enough, but you know, I just see that the libraries have shut down, don't even need half of its money anyway. But you want to give it, that's fine, but it should come from surplus. And I certainly would like to see something in there showing the requirements that if this is going to be used for, seeing that half the employees are probably not even working, and I don't know if they get unemployment or not. But it seems like it's not even needed, number one. But the worst thing is, it was supposed to come out an existing surplus, I thought, and now we're seeing an increase in our budget. Again, one of those details, an increase in our budget that may not be needed because you already have it in the surplus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, this is to schedule. And the 441 is coming from the town's unassigned fund balance, just to clarify that. There's no other, there is another hand up.
No, it's still the same too from the open forum.
It looks like Catherine is up.
Oh, you're right. That is different. Sorry.
No problem.
Catherine Soliberto.
Catherine, please state. Yep, you got it.
All right, Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. Isn't testimony about this supposed to occur at the public hearing? People are testifying about the issue at hand when the issue here on the agenda is just scheduling a public meeting.
Right.
Correct?
Yep. That's right.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. All right. So it looks like that's it. So let's go ahead and take the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. So let's go ahead and jump back into open forum.
First is Carleen Town.
Carleen, please state your full name and address.
Carleen Town, 240 Wood Hill Road, Narragansett. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, well, I was just sending you all an email to say that I thought that the focus of open forum was to let people, residents, express their opinion on non-motion items on the agenda and to keep their speeches down to less than 3 minutes. Every one of the people who monopolized the time in open forum spoke for more than 3 minutes, and Stanley was the only person to speak on something that was a non-motion. What it did was it prevented me from speaking and anybody else at open forum because these people monopolized the time that was supposed to be for open forum. And I'm hoping that in the future, you will keep open forum for its specific purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next, Dan?
Next is F. Schneider.
Please state your full name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Franklin Schneider. I live at 15 Conant Avenue in the area of the proposed parking expansion. I have small children, as do many of my neighbors. We have relatives who come in the area as well. One of the reasons we chose this specific area, as other people have said, is for its quiet and charm. I've lived there a number of years, and already we've experienced when the surfers kind of converge down on our area, it just creates a traffic catastrophe. Providing them alternative public space, as my neighbor has suggested, I think is the best way. If not, with the added traffic that poses a significant threat to the residents there, as well as public safety in terms of limiting public access by police and fire school buses. And as other people said, in that area, we do not have access to many of the town services that other areas we do. As a father, as a neighbor, I strongly implore you to defeat the proposal.
All right, I'm just gonna announce it again. So item 19 is the item parking on down by the avenues. So please keep your comments in open forum to non-agenda items. You'll have a chance to speak with everybody else on number 19. Thank you.
Nobody else with their hand up.
All right, so that will conclude the open forum portion of the evening. On to consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda?
I'll make the motion to approve consent agenda.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, second by Deb, and there are no items that anyone wants to remove, correct? All right, let's go ahead. Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
SCQ, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Motion number 9 is a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm the rental.
Jesse,
Yep.
Council President,
Yes.
I interrupt. Could
Thanks.
we move up item 19 so these people can go home? We have to stay here. But-
Sure, why don't we vote to do that? We can
Yeah.
vote for that. You want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we move item 19 up to the front of the line of the meeting, the agenda. Thank you.
And I'll second that. Susan
All right.
Bonanno.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on that. Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye. Aye.
Yep, Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. So we'll move 19 up and we'll get right to that one. All right, number 19 is a motion to direct the town solicitor to prepare an amendment to the town's parking ordinance to add public parking spaces in the neighborhood around the waterfront public access points at the end of Conant Ave and Pilgrim Ave, and to direct the town manager to explore widening the road at the public access points at the end of Conant Avenue and Pilgrim Avenue to be consistent with the dimensions the actual town-owned public right-of-ways of record, and to present and design to the town council. Is there a motion?
Move the motion, Susan Cicilline, Bonanno.
Second.
Second by Patrick. All right, so this is a item from Patrick and I. Patrick, I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak on it first if you like.
Okay, no, I'm all set up. I know a lot of people. I think most people know how I feel and what's going on down there. So let's get rolling.
Okay, so I'll just speak on it briefly, just to give a quick recap of what we got here. This is a agenda item that Patrick and I had worked on last term. The parking issues of the ticketing down in that area had come to our attention. So we had looked for a solution to the problem. We initially put a motion on in 2019 to add parking down there. Instead of voting on that at that meeting, we agreed to do a workshop with the previous council. We had a public workshop, worked with the community development director, previously with Chief Corrigan, and also with town manager Jim Tierney to come up with this proposal. we had a meeting and this proposal was rejected 3-2, the previous council. But we put it back on because this is an issue that we basically campaigned on and still believe that there should be parking down in that area for the people that want to access those right of ways. So that's how we're here. The difference between this proposal and the last one is the additional research that we've added in to the right of ways at the end of the road. The proposal last time was just for the gravel parking spaces. So that's a little bit of a difference. But that's where we're at. So why don't we start discussion with the council? So is there any thoughts from anyone on the council?
So I'll start. I have to be honest, I didn't follow it as closely in 2019. So I did spend the weekend, going down to that particular area to really get a sense. Absolutely spectacular area. I forget I grew up in Briggs Farm, but I haven't spent that much time down by the lighthouse and those side streets, and it's just absolutely magnificent. I talked to many residents and I talked to a ton of surfers. It was a beautiful day. There were about a dozen guys in the water, and just an absolutely wonderful experience. And when I went down there, I was kind of going with the hope that I was going to, have some additional parking for the surfers, because we do want people to have access to the waterways, and I absolutely believe that 100%. And what I saw was people parking on Point Judith Road, Ocean Road, and walking down, and really seemed like they were okay with that. Then I talked to some other people that said it was too far. So for me, I want to try to figure out a way that we can, keep the integrity of that beautiful neighborhood for those people, not just the people that have the big houses, but the people that have resided there, that live in just a neighborhood just like mine, people that just care about the quality of their neighborhood. So I want to try to balance what those residents need with what the surfers and other people's rights are to access the water. And I don't know what that balance is, but I did talk to Mike Aiello from the Bonview, and he said, that agreement was agreed upon. It had never been executed, but that offer was certainly something that is an option. The Newman Park is an option. Walking down's an option. Losing some of those signs so that there is some more access, because the biggest problem in Narragansett, not just for these surfers, but for everybody, is parking. It's a problem all across the town. And every time we restrict an area, and the chief knows this best, every time we squeeze and restrict an area, those people have to go somewhere else. And so we continue not to really directly solve that problem. So truthfully, we need some kind of parking commission to figure that out. But for this motion and for this purpose tonight, I feel, compelled to support the residents, but yet support the surfers. And I hate to be that kind of middle of the road, but I'd like to see some public parking on the Pilgrim and Connet, use the road out on the main road, because they got a bit. We can think about sidewalks in the future, but I also could appreciate that beautiful area with the wetlands. And, I was on Nicholas, I was on Louise Street. They're tight. The average road has to be 20 feet. They're 16, 17, 18 feet. They are very narrow. So I don't know it as well as probably some of the other council term. I think Patrick and Jesse, you can speak to that. So I guess my discussion is, what's the answer to, maintaining the integrity and having access? Narragansett gives open access. It's the parking, right? So it's how do we figure out giving them parking? And I think some of those suggestions that the residents had, and I think some of the things that Jesse and Patrick have, if we combine them, I think everybody walks away with a little something. The residents can live, and have a quality life. The surfers can go in and enjoy. They want to go to that current. That's where the best surf is for them. So they don't like Patrick's idea to paddle down. I get that. They want to be on that street. So if we give a bunch of options, then I think everybody walks away with a little something. So for this particular motion, I can agree with some of the motions on the top. The summary of the breakdown on Nicholas, on Louise, those streets, I can't see how that would really work in that area. So I think the right of ways at the front, we could do something with and try to figure out additional, taking down some of those signs, like on Pilgrim, do one side. That's just kind of my take on it. Did I silence the group?
No.
I was muted.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
trying to, figure out a way, we all live in neighborhoods. We all want to maintain the integrity, and we all want people to use the water. People that go surfing have to carry a board sometimes. They go skiing. They got to walk to the mountain. I go to the beach. I got to, carry my chair. So there's got to be a middle road. I mean, I know some people want parking right there, but I mean, we don't deliver parking spots right on the top for everything. I mean, sometimes you have to hoof it a little bit. So maybe we have a few spots where they can pull that, and then, maybe we use the main road for a while, see what happens, because I was there Saturday and Sunday. Saturday was packed. There were 25 surfers, there were about 15 cars on Ocean Road. I went back on Sunday, there wasn't a soul, right? Because there was no surfing. So some days it's going to be busy, some days it's not. And so maybe we can come up with a compromise and sort of monitor and see. So that would be my approach, but.
Thanks, Susan. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'll kind of give my 2 cents here. So I actually did campaign on preserving coastal access, and I think parking is a fundamental part of that. And while I am supportive of even widening the road, if we do proceed with that, then we really need to see schematic designs that we can respond to for that initiative. And if there is parking, we got to make sure that it keeps in with the character of the neighborhood, thoughtfully designed, low maintenance, but it looks nice. And then, just make sure that, you could even look at the adopt a spot initiatives that a lot of those rights of way have. And then I had some questions like, are there abutting properties, buildable lots, and if there are, have there been applications for construction of any homes where parking is proposed? If it's gravel lots, we would need to see a plan for storm water management, and what would be the plan to manage that, like the weeding, snow removal, picking up the trash, graffiti, things like that, of that nature. I don't know. I do support the concept of the access, but I know we have to be thoughtful of how it's going to be managed, as I can see how it would be a nuisance for some of the residents that do live there. So it just keeping in mind with the character of the neighborhoods. But I also believe that, the rights of way were there first. And, we just need to be thoughtful of the whole process. And I think, we can work it. And I don't know, I definitely want to see what the plans are. And I think at that point, when we get them, we can see what it looks like and what it'll be like, for even simple things like, if there's a garbage can, what's it going to look like, just to keep in line with the character. I mean, it's a beautiful area down there. I know the area, it's gorgeous. And then the signage too. So just knowing those things ahead of time. And so those were just kind of some of my thoughts that I had initially. And I did see a lot of the messages that the residents did send. I'm going to respond. I've been busy. I've been really helping with the vaccination as a pharmacist. So I haven't really gotten the opportunity to respond to each and every one of you, but I do plan on doing that this week and speaking with all of you that have emailed the council and me personally. So you will be hearing from me. So anyway, so those are my thoughts, and I look forward to talking to everyone soon.
Thanks, Eva. Before we go to public comment, Deb, did you want to speak at all?
Yeah, I had a couple of things to say. I actually do live down here. And I actually spend a lot of time walking in the area that we're talking about, and have for years and years. And I enjoy
like so many people, I enjoy watching surfers. It's a really fun experience, although sometimes it's like watching golf because nobody goes anywhere for a while. But I think that, you know, there's a lot of issues here, and I think we have to really contemplate how we're going to deal with all of the different kinds of issues. I've heard of different solutions for parking, one of which was Ocean Road, and I will tell you, as who walks on Ocean Road regularly, I don't know how that would work, especially in the summer, because there is a significant amount of traffic, and it's not just vehicular traffic. There are people who walk, there are people who ride bikes, and even on one side, if there's cars parked, that could be that it could be very difficult. I am not sure. Nichols Avenue. I saw a schematic for it. It doesn't make too much sense to me, but I also think there's a CRMC issue that has to be dealt with too in some of these places, because there are wetlands and they are protected. So that's a problem. So I think we need to make sure that I'm basically echoing the things that Susan and Eva said, because I am absolutely committed to coastal access, and I really want people to be able to use, especially, I mean, there's several different areas where you can go into the water, and I know that is some of the best surfing, not just in Narragansett, but in Rhode Island. And
Is she frozen for everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
what everything, are you losing me?
Yeah.
I'm having the worst.
No, you're
Okay.
fine. You're back. You're back.
I'm sorry, I'm having the absolute worst. Okay.
You're good.
I don't
Keep
know what's
going.
going on with my internet service, but it's sucking. Anyway, my point is that I think that we have to we do have to strike a balance. We have to make sure that people have access to the coast. We also have to make sure that people have comfort in their neighborhoods, and we also have to be really safe for people who walk, bike, run in those areas as well. So there's a lot of parts to this. And as there's always a lot of parts to everything, but I think that we need to be able to come up to a compromise. I think there could be some parking that isn't available at the moment. I'm not sure it's as much as the folks would like to have. I also would say that a lot of times there's really nobody there. I mean, there's nobody surfing. There's nobody there. There aren't a lot of people who live year round in the community either. So we probably could figure out a solution, and I would like to make sure that we do.
Jesse, do we know what's going on with that Newman Park, that Rose Newman Park? It's closed and people have been asking, is there any information on that as an option as well, just aside?
I don't want to speak on info that I'm not 100% sure on, but there were some issues with erosion there and that parking. And there was also some safety issues there with an incident. So, it's tough to rely on a private property to be given to the town as parking. What they've done there has been very generous, but I don't have any information on the future of that, the immediate future. All right, Patrick, do you want to speak before we go to public comment?
He's on mute.
I can read your lips.
You're on mute, Patrick.
All right. Let's go to public comment.
Yeah, just go to, I'll speak later.
Okay. All right, Dan, who's up?
First one just disappeared. Paula Darwin.
Paula, please state your full name and address.
Paula Darren, on the property at 15 Pilgrim Avenue, as well as the property at 2 Pilgrim Avenue. I actually spoke in 2019 at both meetings we had addressing this topic. My husband and I purchased the home and then the lot on Pilgrim Avenue several years ago. And in large part, we purchased it for many of the reasons that everybody has spoken about. The quaint neighborhood, it was quiet, off the beaten path, a great place to have family, young children, etc., and feel safe and secure. We both like to go on long walks and thought that it was a great place to go walk. I think that as I stated last year, or 2 years ago now, there is a right for people to have public access to the water. I don't believe that right includes parking. If that's the case, I guess I would ask, why do we pay to park if we want to go to the town beach? I should have right-of-way access to be able to go to that beach. But I will say this, people keep talking about widening the road and looking on Pilgrim Avenue. I would respectfully ask that the town do some homework and understand where you can and cannot widen Pilgrim Avenue. There is a swale that is governed by wetlands that actually runs in the front of my house. That swale is actually on town-owned property, and you're not allowed to do anything to change the swale. So the opposite side of the road, where people keep thinking it would be lovely to put parking, is actually private property. That's the side of the road that I do own the lot, which is 2 Pilgrim Avenue on. I've had both of my lots surveyed within the last year. There are actually markers which would show where the town's property ends and private property begins. And I think you have a significant issue with trying to widen the road on Pilgrim Avenue. It doesn't work the way it might look like it does. So I think that before decisions are made where gravel lots can go on roads, some homework should be done to make sure that you're not trying to put a gravel lot on private property. So I obviously am against changing the dynamics of the neighborhood. The streets are narrow for a reason. And I think in large part it's because of wetlands. I know it is on Pilgrim Avenue. And so I think that it's a little bit short-sighted to believe that just widening the roads and moving no parking signs affords people an opportunity to park. I know I can speak for myself, and I don't want to assume the risk of having somebody parking their cars on private property. The other thing that I would just say is, for the most part, I think that the surfers are a respectful group of people. And it's not that I have anything against the surfers wanting to surf down there. But I do think that we as the taxpayers have a right to the use of our property and should be afforded the opportunities to live in a community that we chose to purchase a home in based on the structure of the community and the quaint neighborhood that it was, and not have to compromise on that because of people's desire to use our streets to park on when, as others have pointed out, there's many options available for people to park on. And I would echo what several people said all throughout the summer, actually. The surfers did a great job at parking on Ocean Road and parking over by Breakwater Village and actually walking down to go surfing. I actually had several conversations with many of the surfers, and for the most part, they were amenable to that as a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Avon Durfee.
Avon, please state your full name and address.
Avon Durfee, 221 Sunnybrook Farm Road. I'm a senior at Narragansett High School, and I've been surfing at Pilgrim and Conant my whole life. My father and I would park along Pilgrim along with many others and surf all afternoon. We have never had any issues with neighbors, nor have we seen anyone have any issues, and we knew half the people who lived there. Surfers and water enthusiasts are athletic, environmentally friendly, respectful, and diverse, from 5 years old to 75. And we always leave the spots better than we find them by picking up trash and such. Why can't people learn to coexist like we did for years? Last year, almost to the day, I received a parking ticket when I returned from surfing. My father and I were shocked because I was parked in the same place we had parked for a decade, on the side of Pilgrim Ave with undeveloped lots on both sides. Every time I go there, I mysteriously see more and more parking signs. No parking signs. It's terrible. Gentrification in this area has caused there to be absolutely zero legal parking places to my favorite surf spot. Widening the road for safety and dropping some signs is a good start, but there's much more that needs to be done. Ocean Road, for example, is a state road. It's dangerous and doesn't offer much parking. If you can put a house on such wetlands, you should also be able to park there. With population growth, we need infrastructure to develop as well in order to have a high-functioning town. Narragansett is known throughout the world as one of the best surf destinations on the East Coast. People travel from all over when there's a swell, and it helps our economy. We hurt our economy and our reputation when we start ticketing. What people are missing is that by sectioning parking for surfing and widening the road, we are making the neighborhood safer. I'm graduating this spring and will be going away to college. I hope Narragansett doesn't drive away its surf population because a small number of people don't know how to coexist with others. It's a shame that I cannot come back to my hometown and surf my home break without being ticketed as if I did something wrong. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Nathaniel Morelli.
Nate, please state your full name and address.
Nate Merrill, 186 South Whedon Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island. So I'd like to echo the previous speaker in saying that there's a history here in that people have been parking on those roads and surfing there for decades. And so what's changed was a couple of years ago, no parking sign, and people started to get ticketed. So framing this as adding parking, I think, is a little disingenuous. It's kind of recovering what was been lost there. And in the process, if we are going to try to recover on-street parking there near public access, why not make it safer for all the reasons that the residents there are state and the safety people say are needed? So I just like to echo, it's a recovery, not an add. We're not asking for something we didn't have. It was taken away a couple of years ago from us. And then secondly, private stuff, the Bondview, that's great. I think it's great that they want us to park there. I think it's great that Rose Nolan Park is available, but those are both private properties. And it's not good planning to rely on private parking lots for town resources. So I just like to say, parking on Ocean Road, we do it because we're trying to be respectful of the rules, but it's not ideal. It's slightly dangerous for people driving fast there. I think all those are good ideas. I think the proposal on the table is a reasonable one, and I would hope that you guys can pass that and make some progress here. So thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Dina DeRusso.
All right, please state your full name and address.
Dina DeRusso, 18 Louise Avenue. I just want to reiterate that no one in the residence of Point Judith have ever blocked the right-of-way access to surfers. We have 3 right-of-ways. Anyone could come down here and use those right-of-ways. So I keep hearing people saying on the committee, we have to give people access. We have to give them people access. No one has denied anyone access. It's public, they're right-of-ways. And I just want that on the record that, again, no resident, no surfer, no anyone has ever blocked the right-of-way. This is a parking issue. This is taxpayer dollars. That's what the issue is here. And just to piggyback on someone else that had spoken, I have to buy a parking pass and a parking pass to get on the beach and parking to get into the parking lot as a Narragansett resident. I am unsure why I have to use my taxpayer dollars for gravel parking spaces in a neighborhood that is tiny with tiny streets. Again, no one has blocked access to the public to use the right-of-ways. I've been very satisfied this summer, this winter. No one has parked on my street. They've been parking on the Ocean Drive. They walk down with their surfboards. I love watching the surfers. There has never been a question about coexisting. It's that people got tickets. They were from signs that have been up since 1978. I've been in this neighborhood since 1994. No new signs have been put up. So I have to just verify that. I don't believe there have been any new signs put up. So I don't know what that young gentleman was talking about new signs on Pilgrim, because there aren't any new signs. So again, no one has ever blocked the 3 right-of-ways for anyone to utilize the right-of-ways as surfers to walk down there. And they've also cut out other paths on Nicholas, not just the right-of-way on Connet. They've cut out another path to walk down. So they've created another right-of-way, which is not a legal one, but no one ever said anything. So anyone can walk down here. Thank you very much for letting me speak again. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Mary.
Mary, please state your full name and address.
Mary Nato, 10 2nd Street, Narragansett, Rhode Island. First of all, let me say that I did own a house on Pilgrim Avenue for a little over 10 years. And when we bought the property, there was parking on Pilgrim Avenue, then there was no signs. In 2012, we had Superstorm Sandy. After that, there was some kind of emergency issue down there, and then they made it no parking on Pilgrim Avenue because of the emergency issue. I think maybe they did it one side at first, and then we went for both sides of the road, no parking. So there is a history of Pilgrim Avenue had surfers all the time, and the other roads did too, and there was no issue with parking. People did not bother them. It is a more recent event. Ocean Road is very dangerous for people to park on. A lot of times in the summer, there's people that are walking and surfing. So if you have a large crowd of people parking there to surf and people to walk, it's going to be very dangerous. I walk that road, and it's very dangerous to walk over near the lighthouse from where I live on 2nd Street. I think you can't rely on private property like Rose Nolan, which is currently closed. There has been occasion where the Fisherman's Memorial has been closed and Camp Cronin's been closed, so there's no parking there. So that's a state-owned property, but they had closed it down for a year and a half, 2 years. My daughter got married at our house in Pilgrim Avenue, and we had to have people park over at Fisherman's Memorial and walk over to our house on Pilgrim Avenue. And having access with no parking, it feels like we're trying to be like Connecticut. We have all these neighborhoods that are exclusive. Oh, I don't want, you can have access to the ocean, but you can't park anywhere near my house. That's just not the way we have it set up in Rhode Island. We have supposed to have people be able to get to the ocean, have access. So you need to have parking available for people. I think one side of the road and making it reasonable and having a group investigate it, but you cannot take away parking. It just doesn't make any sense at all with our area. And if there was parking and people did not get bothered at all surfing. I think that's about it, but I do want to say that there have been parking there, and it should be restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Next is Brian Wagner.
Brian, please state your full name and address.
Good evening. My name's Brian Wagner. I live at 6 North Hillview Drive. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I've been a resident of Narragansett for 25 years. I'm a lawyer. I'm also a town planner. And I also serve on the Narragansett Conservation Commission and Land Conservancy Trust, although what I have to say here today is my opinion only and not that of either of those bodies. I've been surfing for over 50 years. It's an activity that has been extremely formative in my life. It wound up in me coming to Rhode Island from New Jersey and attending URI, where I got my degree in marine affairs. And it led me off to law school, where I focused on environmental and maritime-based issues. So needless to say, the issue of public access to the coastline is extremely important to me. I'm very proud that Rhode Island is one of, if not the only state in the country that constitutionally protects coastal access for its residents. And I think that that's something we need to protect here. Access is meaningless unless it's meaningful. And in our current car-based culture, that means parking. I have surfed these areas literally for decades and have never had an issue parking on Pilgrim Avenue. Always get all four wheels of my car off the asphalt, which leaves the area that is actually able to support an emergency vehicle capable of allowing an emergency vehicle to get through. these access points are valuable to the general public, and they're an important economic resource driver for the town. All of the surfers and fishermen that come to these places spend money in town, myself included, and I'm only driving to the north end of town when I'm done surfing, but that usually means picking up a cup of coffee or a sandwich on my way home after 4 hours in the water. We need to take advantage of these resources that we have. These are not only some of the best breaks in the state, they are some of the best breaks in the northeast part of the country, if not the entire East Coast. And if you doubt me, go to these places when a big hurricane swell is kicking in September and October and take a look at the license plates. They are from all over the East Coast. People come here to surf these places. And again, this is an economic driver for the town, and the town needs to take advantage of it. It's always beyond me when people buy property in the immediate vicinity of a protected public resource like the coastline, and then complain when the public comes to use it. If you want a nice, private, quiet area to live in, don't buy your house next to a public resource. Go find a nice gated community with a private road and nobody will bother you. For people who are coming in here today and saying, we bought our property a couple of years ago because it was quiet and quaint, well, obviously your real estate agent didn't show you this area on a September day with a hurricane churning offshore, because you would have seen what it is always like and always has been like so far as I know in these areas. To the
Ryan, we got to keep it to 3 minutes.
Okay, one last thing. To the people who are suggesting that Bonneview or Cape Cronin are viable options, they're obviously not surfers and have never gotten in the water. If you think Bonneview is a viable parking option, I will meet you down there tomorrow with a winter wetsuit and a 6.5-foot surfboard, and you can paddle into Pilgrim Avenue. Good luck making it. That's all I have to say.
Jesse, I just want to reiterate before the next speaker comes on. Again, a lot of the residents and a lot of the surfers agree on many points. So they're not, the residents aren't saying they don't want the surfers. The surfers that I saw have been welcome down there. So, we're not that divided on this issue. I actually think we're a lot closer than people think. And so in support of those options that were suggested are some, and obviously we have to create some options within that area, but I think we're closer to an agreement as opposed to, being divided on this issue, because the residents aren't saying they don't want the surface. They're welcoming them and vice versa. So I just want to make sure that people understand that I see a much more collaborative effort between the surface and the residents. I saw it myself. I mean, on both sides. So that was just my add-on.
Yeah. Well, so we're not going to leave public comment. Personally, because I haven't spoken really on this yet, the proposal we put up is what we had from the last council. So that doesn't mean that we can't discuss other things tonight. My position is that there needs to be parking in that neighborhood in some way. I think we should take more public comment, see what else people have to say. But if there's a desire to amend this, if you have something different, you can do that. But why don't we see what everyone has to say?
Sounds good.
All right, Dan, who's next?
Next is Sydney Ghazi.
I think you spoke in open forum. So full name and address, so just please.
Hi, my
keep
name
it to 3 minutes.
is Sydney Ghazi. I live at 35 Caliph Ave. And I do have a couple of things that I'd like to add. I know my husband spoke earlier at public forum, but I wanted to let you know that the access points to the right-of-ways are completely open. And just like some of our earlier speakers, they're valuable and they're completely free and clean of keeping everyone available to use them. So I don't know, I'm not quite sure why there's this discussion of why the neighborhood is blocking access to surfers. That is not actually what's happening. And I would appreciate if somebody would meet with me in person so I can go over this with you. One of the things that I did appreciate from Eva was you talked about the stormwater runoff. That is totally effective to the wetlands that are in this area. And I think you made an incredible point there. This entire area is a very fragile ecosystem, and to just toss around gravel and allow people to park wherever they want is really doing a disservice to Rhode Island. While I appreciate everyone wants the convenience of their car, we are a car-driven nation, which I completely understand. It is not a very long walk from all four of those points. And one of the points that I think I've heard twice now is that the Rose Nolman Park is not a private. It is public. It is not private. It is a foundation that was given to the town of Narragansett. So it is open for all of us to enjoy. That is a public park with the understanding that during COVID, they couldn't actually park up on the upper hill, but the town graciously opened up that parking area in the bottom. So like it was stated earlier, there were at least 50 cars that can easily park at the Rose Nolman Park. Please be very careful when you state that you are sure of things, because that is a public park. If Ocean Road is a problem, and I heard somebody say something about that it is a dangerous spot to walk, especially in the summer, then why would Caliph Ave be an option? Caliph Ave is literally 15 feet wide. You cannot pull two cars. One car cannot go past another. Somebody has to pull off onto a neighbor's lawn in order for another car to pass. So I don't really understand that. And then the other thing I would like to say is the signage. The signage, I'm not sure, the new signage that you're talking about, I'm not sure where that has come from, because these parking ordinances have been in place since the 1970s. And it wasn't because we wanted to block people from coming to the right of ways. In fact, just the opposite. There's just simply nowhere to put cars on people's lawns, and it's not really effective to block the buses and the ambulances and the rescues. It just doesn't make any sense. As neighbors, we have all come together. We clean up that right of way. I know my neighbor Bruce spoke earlier, and we are on different sides of the equation here, but the two of us know that we both clean up the graffiti that is spray painted on the rocks. We clean up the trash. It is our obligation to make sure that this is a viable place for everyone, not just people from Rhode Island, but everyone to enjoy the coastline. So I really have to make sure that you all understand that this neighborhood is not like other neighborhoods. It's a very quaint neighborhood. It's not that we want to keep it private and safe. There's just simply nowhere to keep your cars. So if we could come up with a solution, and I think 4 solutions have been presented to you, I would hope that you would take a look at these and understand these a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a correction, just want to make sure the record is straight on this. Rose Nolman Park is not owned by the town of Narragansett. It is privately owned.
That's
So I just
correct.
want to make that totally clear. Thank you.
Oh, that's good, because I was wondering that. So
Yeah, it's private.
it's private. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Dan, who's next?
Next is Michael Bialik.
Michael, please state your full name and address.
My name is Mike Bialik, and I live at 9 Baldwin Court. I'm a taxpayer. And thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion on number 19. I've been surfing since I was 12 years old, and I'm 70 right now. And I've been surfing in Narragansett, Connet, and Pilgrim for the past 35 years. and always parked at Connet, always parked around Pilgrim Avenue. And lucky sometimes to get right at the end where I can walk down. It seems like overnight parking became restricted, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. It's so ironic to see a no parking sign at the end of Caliph Avenue, at the end of, Connet Avenue. And then right below that is the Surfcasters adopt a land cleanup site, at the public right of way. I had to park on Ocean Avenue once and almost was hit by a car when I was crossing with my surfboard. And it is very dangerous there. I'm happy to see that this council is taking another look. Why would the town council members vote as they did to eliminate parking when the Caliph neighborhood has 2 right-of-ways? It's supposed to be for all residents, not just for those who can be there and for walking distance. The Caliph Avenue neighborhood is not a private gated community, no matter how many new owners spend millions on their homes. And some of them even expand onto the public easement area to plant shrubs and whatever to reclaim more land. In fact, I understand grant funds were used and expended to improve the steps into the ocean to provide access at Connet Avenue, and that's been a blessing for this 70-year-old surfer. I was delighted, as well as my surfer friends, to vote for Jesse Pugh, Susan Cessolini Bonanno, and Eva Dreisky, because we knew from their campaign literature, their statements on Facebook and in the press, that they supported the expansion, that they realized that there's a need for all residents of Narragansett to access the public right-of-ways. We're not saying, as previous landowners in that area have said, that these current neighbors are blocking access. It's quite obvious that's not happening. What's happening is, as Brian Wagner stated, you need a car to get there if you're not privileged enough to live in that beautiful Caliph neighborhood. So, I implore you to support number 19. It's for all residents. It's just not for those homeowners and their renters to enjoy the ocean and access using the right-of-ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Stuart Sheehan.
Stuart, please state your full name and address.
Stuart Sheehan, 35 Tanglewood Trail, Narragansett, Rhode Island, homeowner, taxpayer, etc. I'll be short and sweet. I just want to voice my support for motion 19 and thank the council for working on this issue. I think infrastructure and the access and necessary parking are really essential to the vitality of Narragansett. And really, parking on Ocean Road, parking at the Bond View, etc., just aren't long-term sustainable solutions. They're just kicking the can down the road and proposing them as viable long-term solutions for Narragansett. And good infrastructure and good decisions is really just I don't want people on my streets or my neighborhood or our streets, or not like our other neighborhood quotes that have come before this. So I just want to propose a tactful and kind of good support for parking in the area. Understand that there's going to be wetland issues and balances of resident needs and imagery and that type of thing, but really need something that will last to kind of preserve what makes Narragansett Narragansett. And that's kind of the sense of community and infrastructure and support and rallying around the ocean and ocean access, with parking included there. So thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Dan, who's next?
Next is Christine Morgan.
Christine, please state your full name and address.
Good evening. My name is Christine Morgan, and I live at 44 Caliph Ave. Thank you for letting me speak today. I just want to start by reiterating some of the other comments from both sides of this issue, is that the neighborhood has previously coexisted with the surfing community, and rather peacefully. And I think that once 2019 rolled around and there was an increase and I think it was a slight increase, I'd rather, have somebody speak to the actual statistics, but maybe a couple of tickets, and then people got angry, and it sort of snowballed, and it created this environment of hostility between the surfing community and the neighbors. That being said, you know, we welcome the surfers in our neighborhood. I invite surfers to park in my driveway. We enjoy coexisting still. I would agree that generally people are very respectful. You know, there are people that park on my lawn and rip it up. And, you know, I don't call the police. I don't complain. I don't appreciate it. But, you know, there are issues like that. So I think there's a couple things that need to be clarified. Has there been a rezoning issue with the parking? You know, a lot of people are giving anecdotal information here about there's new signs going up. No, there aren't new signs going up. I would like some actual facts on that. Has the area been rezoned for parking? Has there always been a no parking ordinance and maybe signs fell down and then were put back up? Has there been an increase in enforcement for some reason? You know, I think that those are really key in understanding this issue. The other thing that I want to mention is, you know, there are a lot of alternatives that have been mentioned tonight, but 22 spots in a small neighborhood is well out of proportion for the area. I don't think that that is a fair number to squeeze in spots everywhere you can, to block access to whether it's a developed or undeveloped lot. It isn't right. You know, I'm not sure if the people that are supporting this are trying to shoot for the moon so that when we negotiate, the number gets smaller, but 22 seems absolutely ridiculous to me. And to even reiterate, you know, several people have said there are days when it's super busy and there's surfers everywhere. And then there are days where there's nobody there. Just depends on the swell. But we're going to create all this parking and impossibly endanger our wetlands and the integrity of the neighborhood for how many days a year? That doesn't seem reasonable to me. So, you know, I think there has to be a compromise. You know, I did a lot of research on this, and CRMC lists over 200 access points in Rhode Island to the waterways. Some of them have parking and some of them don't. I don't think that creating a huge area of parking right near the access is necessary. I agree that we need to come to a compromise and create some spots, but I think that 22 is not reasonable. So I would ask that the council members that have been really pushing this issue, that you are open to persuasion and open to compromise, and not just going full force with an issue that you've campaigned on, but being the council member that you were elected to be, to listen to all sides of issues and to come respectfully to a compromise to do what's best for the town, the taxpayers, and the people of Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, before we move on, just while it's fresh in my mind, thanks to Ms. Morgan, I know we have the chief of police on, Chief Corrigan. Chief, you did a lot of research on this initially when we asked you to do so, plus you have your history in town in general. Would you be willing to just give a little bit of history on the parking ordinance in town and the signage? Or sorry, in the neighborhood and the signage.
Certainly. I can't so much speak to the signage. The police don't put up the signs. I can tell you the ordinance has been in place since the 70s. That's accurate. And from our record management system, we've done parking enforcement there to some degree for many, many years going back. I think the earliest one I found was 2002. And the record management system only went online in 2001. So I can't speak for before that. Parking complaints have increased. For 2020, they significantly increased, but all activity around the shorelines increased a lot in 2020 because of the COVID restrictions. But looking at the 2019 stats as compared to the years before that, the numbers were already trending an upward trajectory for complaints in the plat.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. I do want to track down the signage issue. So Mike DeChico, DPW, do you have any knowledge of the signs being replaced? Yep. You do? Okay. Can you hear me? Mike?
He might be frozen.
I would have to check if we've been putting them up or down. I mean, if the ordinance is in place since the 70s, then signs have gone up and come down and faded and been replaced and removed and replaced. So
Okay. You don't remember any specific period of time where signs were kind of non-existent there and then fresh signs came up?
well, it happens everywhere that there's no parking signs throughout town. They're either removed or vandalized or faded and they're replaced at some point, or stolen or whatever, and that may go a couple of years without a sign in an area, and then all of a sudden when the sign shop catches up with replacements and maintenance, they'll get to an area and they'll re-sign the area.
Mhm. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse.
Yep.
I'd like to pipe in on this one.
Sure.
We were down there, and the end of Conant, depending on where you are from town, where you live, and Pilgrim, there's always been parking there until this last council. It was the last council who put that up because they said, "Oh well, we're gonna have no parking until we figure this thing out." Okay.
Right. There was yeah. Right.
All right. So that's what happened with those two locations.
Oh, okay.
And over the
That's
years,
interesting.
as I go down there, and to paddle or walk from Bonview or Noman, it's over a third of a mile. Okay. If I have to walk down there with a 10-foot board, and I haven't surfed in quite a while, so I'm not an expert. By the time I get down there, I'm going to need an ambulance just by carrying the damn board. Never mind paddling. I won't have the energy to jump in the water. So this parking issue goes hand in hand with the access. It's been like that for generations. Okay, this all of a sudden we're not blocking access. That's true, but you're blocking parking that has existed for generations. So that's all I want to pipe in for now. Thank you,
Mike. Thank you. All right, let's go back. Go ahead.
But that's not necessarily true. I mean, what like Chief Corrigan said, those ordinances have been in place since the 70s. It may not have just been signed, but those ordinances were already there.
But nobody has enforced parking until recently, heavily. You go down there 5 years ago, you wouldn't get a ticket.
Yeah, that's what people said. Yeah.
But the problem is that more people are coming here to live year round. Then all of a sudden there's, what the hell that guy, what's that guy doing there? Okay. So they start enforcing. So this is an issue about safety. Then we need to take the bull by the horns and provide safe parking. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's go back to public comment.
Next is Carleen Town.
Carleen, please state your full name and address.
Arlene Town, 240 Wood Hill Road. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I don't want to belabor the issue, but I want to make a few points. All 5 of our town council members all campaigned on right-of-way access. The R in ROW is the right-of-way, and that includes parking. I understand the need for compromise, but I feel as though some councilors are backpedaling. I have so much respect for Chief Partington, Chief Corrigan, and Jim Tierney for dealing with the safety issues in the area. But I believe that the right is the right of way. When we first moved here in 1973, we were told that 6 feet off the road belonged to the town. And I would very much, if the town wanted to come in and asphalt 6 feet of my grass, then they are welcome to do it, because it was always my understanding that the town owns 6 feet off the road onto my grass. I may be wrong. And so any of these people on these roads who put who've put landscaping or anything else that's inhibiting parking, they have no right to do that. Right of way is a right of way and it should be respected. Thank you very much.
Jesse, there's a lot of people still from the public.
There's 20 something, maybe 20.
Okay, because I wanted to throw out a compromise, but you want to hear from more people, let me know.
I mean, we'll continue to take public comment. If you want to speak on something, that's fine.
So I was just looking at the motion and I just didn't know if the appetite would be a motion to direct the town solicitor to prepare an amendment to the town's parking ordinances to add public parking spaces in the neighborhood around the waterfront public access points at the end of Connet and Pilgrim and the town-owned public right-of-ways of record. And just have that as the motion. Lose the summary and lose that second motion to widen the roads and start with that, because then they would have public access, the right-of-ways. We'd have some parking on Pilgrim and Connet. It would be sort of a place to start with that first motion. I don't know, it's just an option.
What?
So the
well,
first,
I mean, we would need to be specific, I think, if we were gonna.
yeah, we could use that motion that you and Patrick have, but we just add the public right-of-ways to the record of that instead of the two motions, just have that one. And then you wouldn't be adding gravel and widening the roads right now.
So, with this proposal, where would the parking be added?
Well, it's not, it would be
I mean,
determined.
with what you're saying, sorry, with what you're saying now, where specifically would the parking be added?
Well, it says in the motion it would be Connet and Pilgrim Avenue.
But without, so
It's
you're
just
saying,
It's just the access points, isn't it? That you're saying that says?
so the second part of it is to explore widening is just at the access points. The first motion is to add the gravel areas.
So I would lose the gravel. I'm saying just increase the parking. Like you could do one side on Pilgrim or one side on Connet, just to have people have some parking, but keep.
So just make it legal parking, basically.
Yeah, yeah. And so instead of, it seems like people are saying they don't want gravel coming in. They're concerned about widening the road. So I don't know if you could look at Pilgrim always had they parked on both sides for 1,000,000 years down there when they went surfing. So use one side and start with that, or use one side of Connet. It's just an option. I was just trying to find a middle of the road where we could move forward to be working on the access, see how it goes. And again, some of these areas, they did have parking. Patrick's right. 5 years ago, people told me you could go down and just park and go surfing. So why don't we start that, at least do one side of the road?
But my interpretation of the motion is to explore. It's not we're doing anything. We're exploring. We're doing just the due diligence and figuring out maybe it's not an option in the end. If it does have runoff, if there's
it says
environmental issues, then we're just exploring. But it gives us the opportunity to kind of kill two birds with one stone. And
yeah, it's just to prepare. Doesn't
it's not doing it. It's like it may we may get the assessment back and it may be a no-go, I mean, it's like, I don't see why we should break up the change it, because it's parking, but it's also going to allow us to do the research, and then at least that will be done, and then it'll come back and maybe it's not viable. It's not a viable option, but at least we'll know. I don't know. That's my thought.
So just to be totally clear, the second part of the motion is specific to the end of the road, just the access points at the very end of Connet and Pilgrim to widen that area. The first part of the motion, the first direction, is to actually add the 22 spots to the.
Oh, okay. So yeah, okay.
It is actually, it's basically two separate directives, two separate motions in one. So I just want to be clear about that. If we voted to approve this, it would add 18 or 22 spots and then direct the community development director to explore widening the access points at the end of Connet and Pilgrim. Does
it specifically spell out 22? Like I'm trying.
Yeah, it says 22.
It does.
So if you vote for the motion, then you would agree tonight, if you voted for it, that it would have to be on Louise, it would have to be on Nicholas, and it would have to be on Pilgrim, right? Is that what you
That's
specifically?
what the
'Cause
motion is. So, just to go back into the history, there was initially many more spots proposed. We went through a workshop, multiple meetings, and this is kind of what we settled on. This was really on the low end of spots. So, I'm not saying anyone has to agree or disagree. I'm just saying that's what the proposal is. So
Okay.
it would be committing to those 22 spots and then research on the right of ways at the end. So it could be broken into two. One part could be removed. The whole proposal can be amended. What we want to do, at least what I would like to do, is get some parking in that neighborhood. Whether it's done by making it legal on one side of the road, if the road's wide enough, if it's the gravel lot, that's an option. But every comment that we take from the public, I think is beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. And then, in the end, like maybe amending it just to,
Yeah, because I want to
not
support
too
it. I want to support it, but the way it's written, I'm struggling right now. So we'll hear more public comment, but if we can increase the parking, I'm a little concerned about the specifics of those particular streets, like Louise and Nicholas. I want to increase the parking. I'm not sure that those are the places that I would feel comfortable with, so.
All right. I understand. Should we go to public comment and we'll get back into the conversation? Okay. All right. Dan, who's next?
Next is Phil Capaldi.
Phil, please state your full name and address.
My name is Philip Capaldi. I live at 15 Bainbury Trail, the north end of Narragansett. I've been a taxpayer since 1998. I'm going to say that I am for the motion 19. Also to say that Mr. Durfee, that young man, I think was a Narragansett senior, was very eloquent about it being a recovery. Recently bringing my 10-year-old daughter to Connet and parking in a spot that I've parked all my life, I was surprised to find that it was being actively policed for tickets. So I would like to suggest a return to the spirit of what Narragansett is about for these maybe handful of days, these fleeting swells that the surfers chase so diligently and spend their money in our town. And I want to leave you with one thing. I would volunteer to help be on any subcommittee or steering committee because I know you guys have a heavy lift. When I think about the Jim's Dock experience in Narragansett, besides the food and the location, what do you remember about Jim's Dock? You park in a very weird formation and you leave your number for your cell phone on the window. And if there's an issue or someone needs to go that you've blocked in, they call you, you get up, great meal, you say hello, and then you move your car. Perhaps there could be something like Friends of the Swell, where community members allow surfers to leave the keys in the car and park in their driveway, just for these times that there's the swell. I thank the committee for doing due diligence because I think the irony with public access to the shore but no parking is basically no access to the shore. So you have your work cut out for you. I am for the motion and am hoping that it gets somewhat amended for a deeper look. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move forward, it's just because it was brought up. So, the last speaker brought up a subcommittee or that sort of thing. So as we discuss this more, we could get deeper into this. But one thing that I brought up over the summer, and I think other council members are aware of it, and I'm hoping it'll be supported, basically publicizing, using this chance to publicize this idea, is the Coastal Access Improvement Committee, which would be a new town committee. And it would be dedicated to doing a thorough, comprehensive review of every coastal access point in Narragansett, and to come up with recommendations and plans that are then sent to the council regarding keeping the areas clean, accessibility, parking, that sort of thing. That's a committee that will be able to spend the time to look at this sort of issue fully and holistically. It's something that the council is not going to be able to have the time or the expertise to do. So no matter what we decide tonight, I'm hoping that that's supported at a later meeting and can be used, in a way for this area, but also other areas in town too. So just something to keep in mind, because I know, Eva, you brought up, the schematics, the drainage, all those concerns that you have. And I think those are valid. All right, Dan, who's next?
Next is Bill Sharella.
Bill, please state your full name and address.
Sorry, guys, I was on double mute. This is Bill Sharella, 91 Califf Avenue in Narragansett. Full-time resident, proud Rhode Island native. I also own a property adjacent to the public assets, 51 Pilgrim. I've owned that for 8 years. This is my primary residence, and I've owned this property for 12 years. I'm an active voter and a proponent of a balanced solution for fair and free access with respect to a peaceful existence and safety of the residents. So last time I spoke, Jesse, was May of 2019, and I offered to let folks park on my land west of my house on Califf. I met with Mike DeLuca. We looked into it, but because of wetlands, it couldn't be fulfilled. I offer that back again. I think we do need to find a compromise for a solution here so everybody wins, like the folks have said. I also support it broken in two because I do have an issue with widening the access. For someone who lives here full-time, who works from my home, I've had a bird's eye view because of COVID of what goes on here. And I can tell you guys that Dennis board has two sides. For 12 years, I've successfully coexisted. And as many folks have stated, very few tickets were issued. I do not intend to call the police. I think it's a great thing. I actually enjoy watching the folks surf. It's a lot of fun. I wish I could do it myself. But that said, the thinnest board has two sides, guys. And, there are things that aren't trivial, like, changing trash, speeding, setting car alarms off and slamming doors at, early in the morning. There's a lot to, I'm looking for reciprocity. And to widen that space would just cause, more issues there. So again, support some sort of a compromise on the side roads, but would like to double click on that, breaking it into two that was recommended earlier by Susan. I think Susan agrees, and many folks agree. This is a beautiful neighborhood. And that, again, I've been here 12 years, so I know what I've seen the tickets rise. I know why people are getting tickets. I'm not calling, but I know why people are calling. So I just want you guys to understand this is not a residents against surfer thing. I think we, as residents, respect the surfers, respect the fishermen. We want them to come here. We want them to enjoy the place as we do. So thank you very much for the time tonight. I just, beside just the traffic increase, I think, we'd be introducing possible environmental issues, runoff, blah, blah, blah. So thank you guys for the time tonight, and I hope you stay well.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Diane Hassett.
Diane, please state your full name and address.
Hi, this is Diane Hassett at 8 Schooner Cove Lane in Narragansett.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Do you want to state my name and address again, or you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm a full-time resident of Narragansett since 2015, and I live here with my husband and my toddler, and we walk Ocean Road, which some of the other public comments have said, it's a fairly dangerous road. I want to support the motion. I want to support motion 19. I want to say that it's not binary in the sense that where it is currently, which is zero parking, or, pave the whole neighborhood over and make it full parking. I think I want to have a compromise. I think that, I don't think the homeowners there are blocking access, and I would be concerned if they were, but it is a parking issue, and parking is synonymous with being able to get there and reach that public right of way. I heard other commentators say parking at Town Beach requires, a payment. I think the analogy is not the same, because there's a parking attendant. You're using facilities at Town Beach. So I don't think that's a sort of fair comparison. But I wanted to get on to voice my support. And I know that Patrick and Jesse took this parking initiative during the last council, and I want to thank them again for picking it up for this council.
Thank you, Diane. All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Tim Burnett.
Tim, please state your full name and address.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, my name is Tim Burnett, 34 Gibson Ave. So my thing in this is, I grew up here my entire life. A lot of things that young man Aiden Durfee had mentioned earlier resonate pretty well. Going out with his father surfing and stuff, like a lot of things I did. I went out there surfing with my father at Pilgrim Ave. Like growing up, and like we used to just park there all the time, go in, surf, come out. Recently I've gotten tickets and not happy about it. I've also been a lifeguard in town for the last 13 years. So I'm serving and protecting our town lifeguarding, and what I get is a ticket for something I like to do, go out and surf at my break. Not happy about it. Something needs to be done. And that's really all I have to say. I'm kind of just, this whole thing just has me turned.
All right, thank you, Tim. Dan, who's next?
Next, we have Ben Weber.
Ben, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Benjamin Weber, 3 Blossom Court, Westerly. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Ben.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity again to speak, and I wanted to give the council perhaps a slightly different perspective. Although I am now a Westerly resident, I grew up and frequented Narragansett for decades as a surfer in my youth. ROWs, in fact, should include parking, and especially for the handicap access. No parking signs have been used as means in many towns, especially my current town now, to block ROWs, rights of ways. Historically and currently, I and my father are avid fishermen. I have utilized a majority of the ROWs in Rhode Island. My dad, who has a handicap sticker, and all handicapped peoples have to be considered and accommodated. All town councils have to take a firm stance on preserving and protecting Rhode Island's few natural resources to be utilized by all. Therefore, I would support the proposal on Connet Ave and Pilgrim Ave to provide parking, especially for those less fortunate and our handicapped elders in mind. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ben. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Jacqueline Fulop.
Please state your full name and address.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Stephen Fulop and Jacqueline Fulop. I live at 84 Caliph. It's on the corner of Caliph and Pilgrim. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'll start by stating that my family isn't new to Narragansett. We're longtime residents. We're not transplants. My family's been here for more than 60 years. We have uncles, aunts, and cousins that still live in town, and my wife is a proud alumni of Narragansett High School. We didn't come here as newcomers, and my family's ties here are very deep. With that in mind, I'll preface my comments by stating that we understand the issue of more public access to the waterfront, and we agree with that, and we think the waterfront should be for everyone. It's from that standpoint that I wanted to comment on this proposal and humbly request an amendment, like Councilwoman Bonanno said before, and do that before a vote today, and eliminate the portions that deal with exploring the expansion of the right-of-way parts of the proposal. Pushing this, even as an exploration, would do undue harm to our family and many like it. As we all know, once the proposal starts and the process starts, it would be very hard to stop. I'll take 2 minutes and just explain my concerns and ask you to please find a reasonable compromise like she recommended without exploring the widening. I live at the end of Pilgrim, and while parking isn't allowed, anyone who knows that location knows that it is a parking lot already. And while the cars are not permitted there, we do not call the police like Bill Chirella said earlier, because we do believe in public access. I want to share, though, that I'm the father of 2 little children under the age of 2, and as the homeowner there isn't a week that goes by where we don't have countless surfers stripping down and changing on the street. There isn't a day that goes by that there aren't countless trespassers walking across my property at all times, to which I've sent some of you the rink camera footage from my house so you can see it firsthand. There have been quite a few times where people have taken furniture off my deck and moved it to the waterfront to sit on. And on a regular basis, I clean beer cans the next morning from my property that others leave there. Widening the street would bring the street 3 feet off my home, and these problems would become immensely worse. I know the proposal is to explore it, but we all know that once you start exploring an unfair widening, it will be hard for the council to stop. I also want to share that this is hard to swallow, as over the last year alone, I worked with the town to improve that area adjacent to my property to make it more aesthetically pleasing per their guidance. I didn't do anything without asking the town. I invested tens of thousands of dollars, which I did because I knew it improved the area, but also a fair amount of security for my family to the points I made earlier. When I went for approvals initially to build my house, I could have built a house taller, but instead got variances for a bump out towards the right of way that, if this motion is now approved, would put my house, as I said, 3 feet from that right of way. When I applied for this variance, the town supported it based on it making sense, which it no longer would if the town moved forward on widening. I also invested in a sprinkler system there on the right of way to make the grass better because it helped everyone aesthetically, knowing that the town approved the variance. And I needed to care for that portion, being there are visitors all the time. I invested in extensive planters. They're based on the guidance of the town and what types of plants they wanted. I received approvals to allow a driveway on Pilgrim exactly where you propose to widen the street, so I can adhere to the town's rules on parking requirements for my house. And the town approved that as well. And while doing this, the town made me spend an additional $4,000 to make a cobblestone curtain to improve the aesthetics on the right of way. And just 3 weeks ago, only 3 weeks ago, the town gave me approvals for more plantings in that area, to which I put a deposit down with Basegate. All this based on the town telling me I could and should do this, and this is what I did. I'm sure you now can see how a decision to explore widening the right-of-way is not fair. I'm all for public access, and if you have to put parking spaces in our neighborhood, I don't love it, but I'll support that as I understand the need. But I humbly ask you consider amending the ordinance that widens the street the way that Councilwoman Bonanno mentioned at this time. As it isn't necessary to achieve your goal of improving access. It only serves to really hurt residents like my family. Taking this slowly is important, as clearly there are concerns, and I hope you consider what she recommended.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next we have Brian Moses. Sorry.
Brian, please state your full name and address.
Hi there, Brian Moses at 9 Pilgrim Avenue. I spoke during the open session. I'll keep this very brief. I support the idea of item 19, and I was under the impression this was exploring a solution. and I would propose splitting the two motions into their own separate items and voting on each and or tabling it to be amended further, discussed further. Again, I support the idea of item 19. I'm a surfer. I grew up surfing at the end of Pilgrim Avenue. I'm lucky that my family was able to buy a property on Pilgrim Avenue. So again, I support the idea of item 19, but I suggest splitting up the two motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Dan?
Next, we have Steve Saravo.
Steve, please state your full name and address.
Steve Saravo, 25 Louise Avenue, Narragansett.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Steve.
Great. I moved to the neighborhood over 20 years ago, and it was the surf break that attracted me to the neighborhood in the first place. Over the 20 years I've been here, the parking situation is only become a recent problem. And I think to call it a problem is also a misnomer because, you know, the rights of coastal access being paramount, the parking has always been a part of being in the neighborhood. I never viewed it as a problem. Nobody blocks access. Nobody, you know, acts unresponsibly. So I really believe it to be more of a problem of enforcement. If we could find a way to put the parking, as you've suggested, in areas where it doesn't interfere with the residents that have issues with it, I think that would go a long way. I completely support coastal access, and I believe access without parking is not access at all. I mostly wanted to say that, you know, my 9-year-old daughter is just learning to surf, and I want to make sure that 10 years from now, when her friends come down and they go surfing with her, they have a place to park, because this coastal access should really be for future generations. So I called tonight to support this number 19, and, you know, in hopes that we could make this a non-issue again and go back to what history has always done and provided a really amazing opportunity for those that want to take it up. Thank you for hearing me tonight.
Thank you, Steve.
Next,
Dan,
we have Dave Prescott.
Dave, please state your full name and address.
Dave Prescott, 91 Laurel Road, Charlestown. But tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Save the Bay and my role as a South County Coastkeeper. Since our founding 50 years ago, public access to the shoreline has really been a cornerstone of our work. Since 2004, we have been accessing all 226 plus rights of way every couple of years. We assess them for nearly 30 different parameters, including accessibility, obstructions, amenities such as parking, and any other issues. Parking is a fundamental need for coastal access, yet it is one of the first things to disappear. Save the Bay strongly supports motion 19 to increase parking to the two rights of way. We appreciate the town exploring the opportunities to balance the public's right to access the shoreline with the neighborhood. But now is the time to bring adequate and safe parking back to these rights of way for the public now and for future generations. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dave.
Next, we have Kevin Durfee.
Kevin, please state your full name and address.
Yes, hi, Kevin Durfee, 221 Sunnybrook Farm Road. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. I've been surfing at Pilgrim Ave for 40 years, and that's been my spot. And I've seen over the past probably 20 years, no parking signs have increased. There's been a couple no parking signs on Pilgrim Ave, right on both sides, right where there's undeveloped property. And to be honest with you, over the past maybe 10 years, people just park there. Nobody has really listened to the signs. We park and we surf and we have fun, even though the signs are there. It's never been enforced. And all of a sudden, we go down there, and I think my son and I went surfing last January, and we got no parking. get tickets, which is pretty, bums us out. Surfing is, these spots are internationally known surf destinations. And I think this is really, no way to treat the people that come to visit and the locals themselves. One of the things I'd like to see happen as a good faith gesture to the water enthusiasts is just to remove at least those 2 no parking signs on Pilgrim Ave where there's not a house in sight. And just take a look at some of the no parking signs that it would make sense to remove. I mean, if I lived in that neighborhood, I think it was pretty unsightly just to see so many no parking signs. Just take a few down and just see what happens. That costs nothing. That's basically all I have to say.
Thank you, Kevin. Dan, who's next?
Next is Miles Point.
Miles, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Miles Point, 26 Jean Street, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Can you guys hear me right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I just have to agree with the supporting Amendment 19. Longtime resident of Narragansett. I grew up in town, continue to live in town. A big part of the surf community is, coexisting with the neighborhood. And I think along with the parking, it would be smart of us as the surfers and fishermen, whoever is enjoying the waterfront, is to kind of come up with a set of guidelines as to like appropriate behavior. Some of the members of the neighborhood have complained about, being woken up too early, people changing, and being that I'm probably one of those people, I can understand that. I have to say, the majority of surfers, you cover up some way. Most of us all have these poncho looking things that go over. So, you're not disrobing in front of the people of the neighborhood. But growing up, my dad would bring me down there and there was a certain expectation of, the way we behaved. You went down, you parked, you surfed, you got back in your car and you left. You were quiet if it was early. You didn't leave any garbage. Being that surfing's gotten more popular, more people are coming to the town. Not everybody follows those rules. Not everybody knows those norms of the community. I think it would be important if there is some kind of subcommittee on coastal access where either there's some signage that's put up as to expectations as to how you're going to access the waterfront, being that we have parking in these areas. We're going to be sharing this with the neighborhood. And even if it's somewhere like Hazard Ave, they say, you're expected to clean up after yourself. If it's in the early morning hours, please be respectful that people may be sleeping. Be quiet when you're coming and going, that sort of thing. So that's really all I have to say. I'd pretty much echo everything that anybody that's in support of Amendment 19 would have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I do want to mention just generally, if anyone's already spoke on this item, we're not going to do a second round of that. So just go ahead and drop off if that's the case, because we want to try to wrap up. We do have 5 or 6 people left. Dan, go ahead.
Next is Jennifer Gibson.
Jennifer, please state your full name and address. Jennifer, can you hear us? All right. All right, Dan, let's move on.
Apologies. Sorry, I was
There you
muted. Sorry. Jennifer Traska Gibson of 20 Pilgrim Avenue. I have personally been in our house since 1982. I'm the third generation. My kids are the fourth generation in our house on Pilgrim. So we've been there quite a long time. My great aunt and uncle owned it before that. So my family's been on Pilgrim Avenue since the 1940s. And I just wanted to say that it's possible to be both a surfer and a resident of the neighborhood. I think in a lot of cases, that's certainly the case in my household. That's part of what we appreciate and what we love about the area. That access to the water is a big part of it. But on the other hand, so is the wildlife and the wetlands. It's a very wet area. As some other speakers have said, I think the gravel lots, the 22 spots, is quite a lot for the scale of the neighborhood. But on the other hand, on a really big surf swell day, that isn't even enough to accommodate. So I'm not sure that's a solution to the parking. That handful of days a year, especially if it's on a weekend, if the surf's really up, that's not even enough. And then I worry that the rest of the year, the 350, 360 days, those spots are going to largely sit empty. And I can say back in the 70s and 80s, our house was the only one on the street. And so, a lot of that empty parking did happen on the lawns and in the backyards and front yards. And it wasn't always great activities that were going on. So I would hate to see the empty spots at the expense of the wetlands, which are a great resource as well. So I don't think the spots need to be the solution to the access. I think some of what we heard about both sides of the street, maybe, or one side of the street might be part of it. If my memory serves correctly, there were a couple of really big hurricanes or offshore swells back like 2009, 2010, Hurricane Bill, where there were a ton of people. And to be fair, not always surfers, just people coming from great distances to just look at the waves. And, I can remember seeing some bad behavior, people sitting on people's lawns and taking furniture. And so I think at that point, it was a safety issue. Probably there were some concerns about the road not being wide enough to accommodate that much parking, but it's a couple of times a year. So I don't know how we balance that. I don't think the 22 spots in the gravel lots will solve that. And also it'll sit empty for a lot of the time. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next is Susan.
Susan, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Susan Lanners, 3 Nichols Avenue, Narragansett. I am kind of mixed on this one. I'm in favor of the motion to add parking. However, what you have proposed, me living on Nichols Avenue, Eva mentioned that about stormwater management. As you know, if you've driven down Nichols, there is none. There's water in front of me because the town drains an empty lot right in front of my house. It's wet all the time, and there's nothing I can do about it unless you add some drainage. And then Susan Cicilline also mentioned that the roads in our neighborhood are too narrow. Nichols Avenue is 13 feet 8 inches wide. The average car is 6.5 feet. This is a two-way road. If you add 4 spots on the end, where are the people going to go? They can't pass on a normal day. And then Deb also mentioned, Deb Kopek, she mentioned that Nichols is wetlands, and it is wetlands. In order for me to put some field stone for a walkway to go to my front door, I had to get a variance from the town, which you okayed, but it took a lot for me to get that. And very much like my neighbor on Caliph was just talking about, I mean, we're told what plants we can plant, and we asked for a variance. I had to ask for a stone. I'm not on town property. I know where my property markers are. It's a new surveyed lot, so I don't think there really is an option for making Nichols wider. But I'm not against adding parking. I just, for safety reasons, if you pass this motion tonight, having 4 spots on Nichols, keeping it a two-way at less than 14 feet wide, I believe will be a big safety issue. That's it.
Thank you, Susan.
Next is Dr. Alba.
Al, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
First, I'd like to thank you all. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job, everyone on the town council. So I want to give you all congratulations and for doing such wonderful work for our town. I agree with, well, I'm in full support of this, and I think Councilman Patrick Murray brought out a valid point that for years this was parking which was allowed, and there's a thing in law called past practice. That means past practice means if people are grandfathered in, if it's been around for X amount of years and there's been no issues in the past, then why all of a sudden we have, you know, one former council, the previous town council saying, oh, this is an issue, all of a sudden it becomes an issue. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's like if we all of a sudden said that there's no parking on Ocean Road and people can't get there early enough to go to Narragansett Beach or Narragansett Avenue, saying we're going to restrict all free parking available. I mean, that's just not fair in my eyes, that any one council can, you know, basically come in and then mandate rules which haven't been implemented since, you know, going time back. So I just want you all to consider that. And like I said, if it was working for many, many, many years in the past, then I can't see why it can't work now. So thank you again for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Next is Glenn St. Germain.
Glenn, please state your full name and address.
Glenn St. Germain, Nanagrit Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
All right, we can hear you.
Perfect. So I'm calling about the spot on Conant Ave. I am currently the president of the Narragansett Surfcasters. We chose to adopt a spot there many years ago, and we sustain that property. We clean it, we brush cut it, we take care of it. So in the last year, obviously, no parking signs have gone up there, and I see that to be quite an issue. I understand it's a small neighborhood. It's been said to be a fragile neighborhood with, you know, terrible drainage, and it is, you know, marshland. But in that aspect, there is homes everywhere over there, and I'm not looking to ruin the ocean front. I just want parking where it was before. I'm not in favor of widening the roads, but I am in favor of taking down some of the no parking spots along these roads, such as Pilgrim, where there is adequate parking on the side of the road that doesn't inhibit anybody's access to it. Also, during the COVID pandemic, first in early March, just south of Black Point, where the old carriage house is, there was boulders put in. That was a spot that usually carried, I would say, 8 cars if people parked normally. And that has since been blocked off, never reopened. Same with Rose Newman. You know, we've all found other access points that we could get to, but, you know, this kind of hinders our routines, to say the least. I support this bill, this motion, but I don't go as far as supporting, obviously, widening the roads. That is a neighborhood. It is a small neighborhood, but to open it up some spots for us along it, say just taking down the signs so we can have access, that's my idea of going with. And just to follow up with Jesse earlier, you had stated you were thinking about putting together a subcommittee. I am in full support of that. I would back that 100%, and you could always reach out to me, and I would be happy to be involved. Thank you for your time, and you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Glenn. All right, it looks like we have 3 hands remaining up. We can get to discussion. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Dave Avedigian.
Dave, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Dave Avedigian, 87 Woodward Avenue. I'd like to thank you for taking this up for discussion. I agree with most people tonight that number 19 should be approved. I hope it leads to a much larger, broader discussion about parking in town in different areas around town, because there seems to be a lot of special interest parking neighborhood signs that seem to go up and block people from accessing different points in town all the time. One thing I would ask, I don't know how much of this has been discussed, sorry if I'm repeating what someone else said, but that area in town in Point Judith, much of the area by the residents has been taken over they've taken over town property. They've put landscape in, they've put hardscapes there, and it's not their property. The roads down there, the paper roads on paper are actually much wider than the paved roads. And I know this from working down there and having to pull permits for certain things and realizing getting an eyeful of the paperwork when you see how wide the road actually could be and how much wider the road could be if the town decided to take over the road that they currently own and that actually the taxpayers own. So I think that town should put out a little informational session to some of the residents in that area, in other areas, that some of the structures that they've put up are actually on town property, which would allow people maybe not to park on the lawn, but maybe be able to park closer to the edge of the street so you can open up your car door, not hit a planter, not hit a fence, not hit a shed. But right now, even when I work down there, most of you know I have a landscaping business, I'm not supposed to park anywhere near down there in Califf because there's no parking signs all over the place. And if I go to open up my truck door, I have to basically park in the middle of the road blocking traffic because so many structures have been placed so close to the road. So the road could be widened without actually widening it if you just move some of the structures and inform these people that they're currently on town property and blocking in a town right away in that manner. And I hope that's looked into also. Thank you very much for your time. And I look forward to helping if you need help in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Colin Hines.
Colin, please state your full name and address.
My address is 88 Tupelo Trail, and my name is Colin Hines. As some of you are already aware, I was on the zoning board as well as the Conservation Commission for a little bit. I've lived in town for about 31 years with about an 8-year hiatus in the middle of my life. But I've been here a long time, and I've been here also the last 7 straight. Just built my new house and an avid surfer, and am involved with the Surfrider Foundation. And I'm a licensed landscape architect. So what I want to say here is a few things. I definitely support the proposal in front of you. I agree wholeheartedly with what Miles Point said. I think what he had to say was very valid. I heard things from neighbors about, obviously I can tell that people are fearful about the second part of this proposal and the looking at the expanding of the ends. And I will say that from working with town officials over the years, the things I have come to know about Mike DeLuca and his staff is that they are honest, they are fair, and they do a very good job. So I think that they would be, I do not think that they would put people's properties in jeopardy without thinking things through. I think they would be very careful in how they approach that part of it, just knowing who they are as people and how they go about doing their work. So I think the neighbors who are maybe a little bit fearful of that second proponent could rest maybe a little bit easier knowing they're not unreasonable individuals. And I think whatever they came back with would probably be pretty fair, and it still wouldn't be a done deal anyway. The other thing I have to say is the roads. I heard people talking about the roads, and you know, the roads down there are narrow and they're substandard by all accounts, in my opinion, in terms of their width. And the woman who talked about Nichols being 13.8 feet wide, she's right. You know, it's very small. It's tough to go down. And I think that really is actually a larger underlying problem, which really has to do with the road itself needing to be widened, as well as some of the others, regardless of whether or not parking is the topic. They are just too small for any town road anywhere. So, I mean, that's a separate issue altogether, I think. And then with respect to what the previous person said, Avedisian, you know, there are these homes, big giant homes being built down there, one of which was built on the corner of, I want to make sure I don't mess this up, the corner of Connet and Califf, right? And I was actually on the zoning board at that time when that property owner's house came before us. And there were multiple concerns about the size and footprint of the home and how much water would displace in the ground with the footings and stuff that were brought up during that meeting, as well as the caveat that they don't touch town land, which was right next to it, bordering the end of Connet, where there would otherwise be that widening. And what they did is they completely bulldozed over the town property, clear cut all the plantings, and they were slapped with a penalty and forced to have to restore those plantings. And basically what you get with stuff like that is you have another underlying issue where you have a zoning board that approves things like variances, right? It's getting houses closer to the roads, making everything feel narrower. You have, you know, town property being kind of taking over anyway. And I think there's just multiple issues here that don't have to do necessarily with parking, have to do with other areas that need to be addressed as well. And I am definitely in support of the Coastal Access Committee. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Dan, one left?
One left. The name is Owner.
Owner. Please state your full name and address.
Hello, can you hear me? The name's Martin Etten, and own the property at 24 Caliph Avenue.
We can hear you.
Great. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the time and attention you've given to this problem. We love our surfers and often invite them to park in our parking area. And it is clear that there is a need for organized parking facilities in the area, not specifically as suggested in the motion. I've heard this evening lots of good ideas. I've heard a lot of misstatements, but the most sensible comment that I have heard is that possibly it is premature to vote on a motion at this stage. There are clearly a lot of contributions that can be made by the town officials, by other staff, other state agencies who should be consulted at this stage and not after the motion is passed. I respectfully submit that this is being done in the incorrect order. I would love you all to visit the sites, to consult with the state agencies, to have staff make their recommendations rather than the suggestion of just 2 town councillors who have made it their business to see that this matter has been brought before you. And that is really not the purpose of this meeting. The meeting is to satisfy the needs of most of the residents in the community and of the surface. And I'm sure a compromise will be found after you listen to the recommendations of the various state agencies, that these are then tabled at a public meeting for our consideration. And after that process being completed, you can then consider passing motions as you in your wisdom deem fit. So thank you for your time, but I think we're running ahead of ourselves in this process. We should get all the reports and everything available to us by people who are professionals, who understand what the recommendations should be, and listen to everybody's interests, and then table them at a public meeting for our consideration so that we can be supportive of you in terms of what you're doing. The idea of forming a committee to assist yourselves is a very good idea with respect, and I would support that too, because they would have the time available to them to do the research that is required. Thank you once again for all that you're doing, and I support you in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are closing public comment for the evening on this motion. Before we move forward, I do want to ask Mark Davis a question about any possible changes or amendments, if that's something that we wanted to do this evening. Mark, are you available?
I am, Jesse. I have listened to everything, including Susan's suggestion, and I would just say that if the motion is broken into 2 pieces and you decide just to expand parking in some form or fashion, it needs to be very specific, because if I'm going to be asked to draft something, I need to be able to draft something with specificity. That means
I gotcha.
identifying exactly where that parking is going to be allowed.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
And Jesse, I just,
Judith,
that
just
last,
real quick. Oh, go
that
ahead. That's
last,
fine.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go. No, I'll go.
I know, I was just wanted to say that last speaker, you, at the bottom of your motion, it says all new parking areas will be subject to approval by CRMC. So you have that in your motion that whatever we decide on it, it has to be reviewed. So, I mean,
For
that's
wetlands, yes, for that specific thing, but that doesn't include additional town engineering or anything like that. That's specific to CRMC.
Yeah.
Wetland issues. So
Yeah.
that was in there really because of Nichols. That was kind of the reason why we thought of that. I definitely want us all to go around. My thought, just, as we get back into discussion, is just because we put something on the agenda formatted in a certain way, a specific proposal, doesn't mean that we need to obviously stick to that. I was a co-sponsor with Patrick on this one. After hearing from the public, Susan, your thoughts on it, and really the public on both sides of it, it does sound to me like doing something like what you recommended, which is opening parking on one side of the road on a few of these cross streets makes a lot of sense. It basically just goes back to how it was before things were being enforced. When I hear from residents in that neighborhood, the biggest complaint is just the idea of the gravel. It's not so much that people are parking there, it's that we're going to be adding this gravel onto property, and then it's just kind of a bigger step that takes away some of the natural beauty of that area. Then the other thing that I'm thinking about is when we crafted this last year, this was basically the result of the minimal amount of spots that we thought we could get past, and it still failed. But when you think about it, so we have 22 spots. As soon as any of these undeveloped lots are developed, we're going to lose a spot every time a driveway is put in. We're going to lose two or three spots every time a driveway is put in. So in a couple of years, these 22 spots are going to be like 15 or 14, 13 spots. So going through all this so that we have 13 spots in that neighborhood in 3 years, 4 years, how great is that really? Wouldn't allowing parking on a side of each road be better really for the people that are going there to visit, and also the residents if the gravel idea is something that they're really against. And then if we have that committee that we talked about, they're going to review this area again, just like all the other areas, and maybe there will be a better long-term solution. But this fixes a lot of the problem right now in a super simple way, what you're saying. So, I mean, I'm pretty much, I've been shifted, and I'm convinced, that that's probably a better way to go about it, at least from my perspective. So, anyone else?
Okay, it's my turn. All right, I've sat here patiently. First of all, the testimony from the property owner at 84 Caleb. Jesse, we were down there, and we saw that, the plantings, we saw the nice lawn, and people are walking on his lawn. And, by looking at, some of the information we had, we saw clearly that these landscapings are in the town's right of way. Okay. And he got approval from a planning board, zoning board. I think right now, or we should look and maybe I'm wrong here, but Mark, maybe you can pipe in on this one. Maybe we should be placing a moratorium on all planning and zoning decisions in close proximity of generational access. If this guy's getting approvals and getting relief on public accesses, to me, that's criminal. Okay, I mean, it's not the town's duty, you know, to let this guy have a bigger footprint at the cost of an access, of an ocean access point that's generational. And we talk about safety and parking. This whole issue came up because the previous town council, if we have learned nothing, that this access point has become inert gas, has become inaccessible by not allowing parking that's been in place for years. Whether there's parking signs up or not, now they're enforcing it. Now it's not accessible to locals and the public. It's this council's duty to protect these access points, period. Most of these complaints were from people who don't live here. I'll give you an example. 2 Pilgrim, Reading, Massachusetts. The guy at 9 Pilgrim, he supports us at Lebanon, New Hampshire. 35 Caleb, Suffolk Field, Connecticut. 44 Caleb, Manfield. They may have owned the property for years, but I don't know if they live there now or they have their home addresses in another state. But most of the complaints are from people who don't live here year round. You know, that's what the problem is. That since I've been on this council, previous councils are more worried about people who don't live here full time than the ones that do. This is a historic generational access, and it's this council's duty to protect it. Period. And everybody talks about environment. Well, we don't want to put crushed stone in because it might be environmental. Well, we're all the environmentals when they're building all these modern homes, utilizing every easement and variant to get their big footprint. Where were their environmentalists? Okay, now you want to put a little crushed stone to provide safe parking, again, safety for this neighborhood. You know, I mean, this isn't the public encroaching on this neighborhood. This is the neighborhood through variances, through the town providing non-parking, is an encroachment on this access. You guys have it backwards. It's our duty to protect access, not somebody's property who's encroached on a right-of-way. You got to look at that oath again, and the rules of engagement here. This is a serious issue that cannot be taken lightly because of the previous council. Overnight, no parking. You heard people have been down there 30, 40 years. My family's been in the town for 100 years. My uncle Walter was on the saltwater fishing with St. Germain's group. I still have the emblem. I wish I brought it tonight. But we need to look at this in a different light. And we need to look at other access, like the heartburn we got down at Hazard Avenue. Oh, it's a safety issue. They're knocking over my mailboxes. Okay, so we provide access to widen it so people can turn around without running over a mailbox. Oh, we can't have that. Then more people will come down. So you guys need to think and get some resolve here on what the issue is. And don't worry, you know, the problem with politicians is they worry about the next election. A public servant is what we are, needs to worry about the next generation. Because I want my son and his son and my daughter and her family to have access to these points.
So Patrick, I agree with you. I think, I don't know, I'm not gonna speak for anybody else.
This is what I propose.
Okay.
we go with what we have today. And Eva, it's going to take, a little research. We're not just going to go back up a truck and start dropping crushed stone everywhere, okay? We're not going to get Demio Construction down here and start throwing crushed stone all over the place. And the other thing, you want to put crushed stone because if you park on those soft shoulders, everybody has testified it's wet down there. So what are we going to do? We're going to let people park and have these big ruts. People are going to bring wood. They're going to try to get their truck out of the, these soft areas, these soft shoulders. Because we're providing a solution, and then everybody's against. It's just mind-boggling to me. And these two access points, Connet and Pilgrim, they're being encroached upon. This is. I don't know if any of you have been down to Connet, but there's a stairway that goes down to the ocean that was built by the town. Doesn't that mean anything?
Patrick,
we should be protecting these places.
Yeah, I think I heard from the members of this council that everybody wants to give access. I didn't hear anybody say that they didn't agree with that, or that's what everybody's saying.
It's not access, Susan. It's parking. It's providing parking. Period. Well, the access is there, but the access is being encroached upon. And by not providing parking, you're not providing access. Oh, well, it's okay to walk. Susan, you stated that, oh, well, I walk to, the beach with my chair. You park at the town beach and you go to chair 5.
Patrick,
that's not a big hump. Walking from Bond View with a 10-foot surfboard is a little different.
Patrick, Susan, just real quick. Yeah. So there was a speaker, Jennifer Gibson, who spoke earlier, who was, I think she was a surfer and also a resident. The point she made was that if you provide 20 spaces gravel parking, some days that's not going to be even close to enough.
That's right.
And then other days it'll be completely empty because there's not going to be anybody there. So it's not really sufficient. It's more of a token to say, here's some parking. It's not enough. If you change the parking ordinance and allow parking on one side of Connet, one side of Pilgrim, one side of Louise, that's way more parking. I don't really understand why you think this is some sort of, collapse or something. This is a better proposal. If we had this last year, we would have wanted to approve this. Just because we propose something with gravel, I don't understand. That's a worse proposal. It's going to be even less spots in a couple of years as soon as they develop. So we're talking about changing the ordinance, changing it, not just saying don't enforce.
Right. But the whole idea of getting that off the road parking, off the asphalt parking, right? Because emergency vehicles couldn't get down there. That was the argument. That's why they started enforcing the parking. That's why people, that is the way out of denying access throughout this country is, oh, well, we have a parking issue. We can't provide parking anymore because it isn't safe. So when you go and try to make the parking safe, oh, they don't want that either. They don't want people parking down there. And most of the complaints are from people who don't live here. They own property and God bless them. And I don't want to encroach on their property, but I don't want them encroaching on our access and parking. Because you need parking. Or what's the point of having access? And this generational, it's been down there since the apostles, for God's sakes.
So
this is what I propose. This is what I propose.
Okay.
Let's do a temporary parking on the north side of those streets, or where we want to have these access points. The parking that we propose in that agenda item, the 22 spots, we'll have temporary parking tomorrow. Also temporary parking at the end of Connet, at the end of Pilgrim. Okay, and then we'll work on it. And then we'll get the demarcation lines of who's got the approved right-of-way encroachment and who doesn't, and try to work with the neighbors, especially specifically those two access points. Geez, when I was a kid, you could park a school bus at the end of Connet. Now you're lucky to get a couple bicycles in there.
That's basically the
thing is, what's it going to look like 20 years from now? Are we going to let them put a gate?
All right, so okay, so if we said we are going to allow parking on the south side of Conant, south side of Luis, and the north side of Pilgrim, which is the gravel area that you
Yeah.
talked about,
Let's do it.
right?
Temporarily
And then
open.
we have I think, my opinion is that we have a new committee study the whole neighborhood. We don't have to say that, but basically we're talking about the same thing. We're basically saying the same thing.
I understand, but I have to point out how important this is. Because listen, this council is setting the pace of how we're going to protect our ocean access. Because every year, people are coming from different zip codes, building these big houses. Soon they'll be getting on these committees, and soon they'll be building gated communities. That is the process. Okay, I want everybody to have success. All right, I want you to come from New York and build a big, beautiful oceanfront property, but don't take my access away. We can coexist, and we can do it smartly, but we just can't, fritter away on this and say, well, you know what? We'll just take the sounds down, or we'll work out like we've been doing, because the next council's going to come in and put a gate around the whole neighborhood. Same thing with Gilbane. Everybody approved down there. Oh, it's all fine. What do they do? When I was there, I said, they're going to put a fence around that whole property, and you're going to need a credit card to get in and out. And that's what happened. The stairway to Beach Street, it continues. If we don't stop it, there might be nothing left for the next generation. It's a very important issue. So what I propose is temporarily open parking on the areas that we talked about to add crushed stone, environmentally friendly crushed stone. Nothing is more environmentally friendly than crushed stone. I had crushed stone for lunch, for God's sakes. Very environmentally friendly. And then move forward with what this agenda entails. This council is going to set the course for other towns to protect their access points for their residents and for their public. I mean, the last council, no surfing, no parking, spend your money, but for God's sakes, don't stay here, whatever you do. No access to the beach, All
right, so you want to vote on the motion as written?
I want to amend it to add that temporary parking be immediately restored to the areas that we spelled out in our agenda.
So you'd rather do that than the full side of the streets, right?
Well, if you want to expand it and go the full side of each street, but we already know that there that there is a greater chance of parking of the areas we picked out. The only one that I would probably leave out is Nichols, because that was that was on that corner on Nichols Ocean Road. I think that would be a heavy lift. I could get there with my truck. I got a 4-wheel drive, but the little surfer with a Toyota might have a problem.
So what I'm proposing then is the same side of the streets that we have in our proposal.
Okay.
It would be the full side.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But not graveled.
Well, I think we should move forward and have it investigated. The motion says we're going to look at it and come up with a plan. We're not the truck isn't showing up tomorrow.
But if it's an ordinance change and we don't gravel, it could literally happen. We could just pass it and nothing has to happen. All you do is take down signs, and then there's parking.
Right, but the problem with a soft shoulder is what's going to happen. And we let it go. This is what I'm talking about. And we let it go. The next council gets in. Hey, I got this guy Murray down there with his truck tearing up my right of way across the street. Can you do something about it? And then bang, the no property sign goes back up. And then bang, the end of Conant and Pilgrim, you can't park. So we need to have demarcation lines of clear parking with access to Conant and Pilgrim.
Susan, you're on mute.
I'm just a little confused because there are two motions, and then in your summary, you are very specific about the street. So are you proposing the existing motions because it doesn't speak to those specific streets and spots? So that's why I'm confused. There's a motion, two motions on the top that speak to, they're a little general, and then in the summary, it's very specifically spells out 4 spots on Nicholas, 10 spots on Louise. So is that what that motion, inside that motion, it really means?
Right.
Is that correct, right?
It has to be written up as an ordinance. All this does is direct the solicitor to write the ordinance.
Right.
Okay.
But so Patrick is proposing the same, basically what's there now.
Yeah, well, again, I know Patrick, and I have great respect for him in his position. And I want to tell you, as a lifelong resident, I believe in access and I believe in parking. I'm a little bit concerned about the specifications of some of the streets. And I'm worried about Nicholas. I'm worried about Louise. I absolutely want to increase parking down there. I'm nervous about those particular streets and those spaces. I am. I just don't feel comfortable with that, but that's just me personally. And I, again, support the surfers and the locals and the visitors to have access to park and go there. I'm a little concerned about the layout of what we're voting on tonight.
But where do they park, Susan? If they're not parking, where are they parking?
Well, I don't know the area that well, but I think when I was down there and I noticed the million restrictive signs, that losing some of the signs or parking on one side of the street, I would be comfortable with. I'm worried about some of those specific streets that really don't lend itself. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I was down there. I don't know how you can get 4 spots at Nichols. I don't know how 10 spots on Louise is going to work. Now, do I want more parking? Absolutely. Do I think people can walk? Yeah. Do I want to increase the ability for them to have access and park too? Yes. But I'm not sure about the layout in this motion of this particular streets. We didn't consult. I don't know. Do we talk to CRMC if they say those are the right streets? I don't know. So
Maybe I
that's
think
just
the town manager can pipe in on that.
my
Jim,
angst about.
Jim, didn't you talk with DEM and we discussed this about adding crushed stone to right of ways, and they didn't seem to have a problem with it?
Well, let's have Jim talk about that.
We did contact DEM, CRMC, but when the council didn't approve it, we didn't go any further with it.
Right.
We did have discussions with it.
But they were receptive.
They would meet with us.
Yeah.
CRMC was my main concern regarding Nichols and things like that. But the difference being, if parking is being ignored in a particular area is one thing. If it's passed as an ordinance and we're sanctioning it, and if it trespasses onto a wetland, then we have a problem. So that's why I wanted them to look at it. But when the council voted it down, I wasn't going to tie them up to give them extra work that they didn't have to do. But
so we could vote for it, and then it could still be denied because those areas are
exactly. It's exactly.
Just a reminder.
Kind of backwards, but
so people are parking on these side streets now. Every day, every time there's surf, people park there. And line it's happening. It will continue to happen, but they're getting tickets sometimes. So they're doing it, and they're going to get tickets. We can fix that problem right now by saying it's legal to park on one side of the road. We do it to 3 streets. The situation will be exactly how it is, except people won't get tickets. It fixes this almost immediately, and then we can continue to do the research that you want, and I agree with, on a more permanent widening, possibly, maybe not, but do that research and engineering. It might take a year. We might not even be on the council by the time there's a solution, but we can fix this in some way.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of.
But if we vote on this plan that you're talking about, and it goes through all the agencies, it could take a year. We could just change the ordinance and allow for parking on one side of each road. It's happening.
Right, so I'd be more comfortable with that.
Well, I think we can do both. I think we can do both. Because if DEM or CMRC says now Nichols ain't gonna work, guys, you're gonna have to come up with a different plan, then we can go look for another space if we need it. We may not even need it. You know, I mean, the thing is, if we just add temporary parking and pull the signs down, and we just poo-poo it and put it on the shelf, this issue will come back.
It's not temporary, it's permanent. We would change the ordinance. It's
All right.
permanent parking.
All
Unless,
right.
I mean, a council in the future could change anything, no matter what. It's
All right,
gravel.
then let's make it temporary and then contingent upon viewing what sections can be added crushed stone to provide safe parking.
But why make the ordinance temporary? Because you can't, I mean, we would just repeal it, amend
Well,
it
you don't
again.
have to make it temporary. Make it, you know, a regular parking ordinance and add crushed stone in the areas that deem safe and to get cars off the road, because there's some areas of the north, one side of a street where you may be able to park, but you're gonna have two wheels in the mud. Do we want people parking in a swamp? That's what I'm saying. If we find out which areas can support a crushed stone scenario, that, you know, to me, that's the way to go. And the issue is finite. It's done. It's, you know, it's evolving. That temporary on one side for each street, but there's some places you're not going to be able to park on them streets. So. And the access point, both access points, I don't want that going away.
Yeah.
Those things got to be a clear demarcation line. Needs to be established of access to the ocean.
Yeah,
Because
I
right
agree
now,
with that. And then we could do parking on every street one side and then the access points. How's that? Could we agree on that?
and in
Patrick?
the future, adding crushed stone where deemed usable or practical.
All right, so
Agree on that.
before we make any amendment, Eva and Deb, did you guys want to chime in on this, or you want to just hear the amendment?
I want to hear the amendment. I mean, I support this whole initiative, so I just kind of want to see things done.
Right.
So I mean, I'll hear the amendment, but I think with like moving forward, it, like for example, like I was saying, it's just a study. Just I don't think it's like we're going to move 100% forward with it, but in this motion, it's just exploring.
Evolving.
Yeah, and it's just there. It gives us the ability to do it, to go for it.
Well,
So
one is exploring and one is actually changing the ordinance. So some of them are more definite. It's not just exploring. So we got to be clear when we're voting on this, because we're talking about two different things. So clarify that, Justin.
Correct. So we're expanding the parking. We want to make sure that there is parking. That's the whole point of this whole thing, is like making sure they have access, making sure, and parking is part of the access. Like we've all discussed this, you know, for the past, I don't know, few hours, and then just, you know, exploring other options.
All right, so let me take a shot at an amendment and see if it works.
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead.
So the amendment would be to direct the town solicitor to amend the parking ordinance to allow legal parking on the south side of Conant Avenue from Ocean Road to Caliph Ave, on the south side of Louise Avenue from Ocean Road to Caliph Ave, and on the north side of Pilgrim from Ocean Road, actually to the end of the access, to the access point of the ocean, and to explore adding crushed stone where appropriate at specific spots on these roads.
Well done, boss.
I love it. All right, Jesse. What about the 2 access points?
Yeah, so let me fix that. And we'll go back and look at this video so we can get the wording. But it would be actually from on Connet Ave, south side from Osher Road to the end of the access point. So that's the other correction I want to make. And right, so then, okay, what are we missing then?
And then, well, Pilgrim Avenue, they call that access Connet, but it's not Connet, it's actually Pilgrim.
Yep, I said Pilgrim, the north side, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
And then, so not in the motion, but the idea would then be the town will investigate all of the permitting and everything that was done to allow the encroachments to happen.
Well,
right? Is that what you were saying?
Not to allow the encroachments happen. I mean, the 2 access points, the one at the end of Pilgrim, they call Caliph.
No, I can't anymore.
And
Nope.
the end of Conant, or Canant, whichever part of town you're from.
All right, I'm gonna let him know. We'll hold on, okay, before
needs-
making an amendment. All right, call me, all right. Excuse me, Jesse.
Yep.
Deb Kopek is not on. She's having a little difficulty. She's gonna try to go out and come back in.
Okay.
All right, just so you know, she's not in the room now, but she's gonna try. She just wanted to, she's having trouble.
Okay.
Sorry.
She's not the only one. All right.
So why do you, I mean, I would say for the end of the roads where we have in that research,
Yep.
we would just make a separate motion.
I don't know, can we split these up?
Well, what we would do is we're amending this, so whatever we amend it to is what it is. So if
Okay.
we, right?
But can you have 2 amendments out of 1 agenda item? I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't think that's been done.
No, it would have to be next meeting as a separate item.
Right.
Or put it into this one.
All right. I'd agree with that if we put parking on both sides of those access points.
Is there
Okay.
room? Fine, just make it open. Just make it
Just
open.
make it open parking at both access points, and then parking of what you described as, from Ocean Road to, Caliph on the south side, wherever you're Louise, and then the north side of Pilgrim, and then Conan.
All right, Terry Donovan, do you want me to say it again?
Yes.
Yeah, right? I'll say it again, and you can tell me
Well,
if it's usable or.
Go
I think
ahead.
it's
I think I
all
have
right.
it.
So this is an amendment to direct the town solicitor to amend the parking ordinance to allow parking
Mhm.
on Conant Avenue, the south side of Conant Avenue, from Ocean Road
Mhm.
to the ocean, or whatever you want to call
The
it,
end of the access point.
the end of the access point. On Louise Ave, the south side,
Yep.
from Ocean Road to Caliph. And on the north side of Pilgrim Ave, from Ocean Road to the end of the access point. And to
Explore adding crushed stone
yeah,
as appropriate.
yeah, explore adding crushed stone where appropriate on these roads.
Where practical.
All right, Susan.
Is there any possibility to add, a dawn to dusk provision? I mean, these are gonna be open spaces. Are they gonna be overnight parking kind of thing too?
Listen, nobody goes surfing at night.
No, I know, but can we say something like dawn to dusk? So like, I mean, if you're living in the house and you've got 8 spots on the street, are they gonna be public parking or is, okay, it's just an idea. Is Deb back on? Do you guys see
Yes.
Deb?
Yeah.
She is?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway,
Deb, Terry, if this was written up by Mark Davis, and we have the ordinance, and then we have that as an agenda item, could we then, if we needed to, make any changes to like the hours of the parking? Could that be done at that meeting?
Well, first of all, I would caution about straying too far from the published motions that were on the agenda.
Right.
And then going forward, if you have the solicitor draft an ordinance based upon tonight's suggestions and have that on the agenda as a first reading, you can make adjustments at that point during the course of the first reading. But that will require 2 readings.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Is this specific enough though? I think Mark Davis was saying that he needed it to be specific in terms of number of spots. I don't know if he wants to chime in here.
I think given the description that I just heard Jesse identify, I think I can draft the ordinance. It won't speak to the number of spots, but it'll speak to the area in which parking will be allowed. So.
Right, because we can't even say how many spots,
Yeah.
because it depends on the cars, the size of the cars.
Exactly.
And then also, if someone develops a lot, they put a driveway in, that would change the amount of spots.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure it was like specific enough for Mark. Trying to think of. Are you okay with this, Patrick?
I'm good with it. It's just that we can't drop this ball because a future town council is gonna deny future access. And this is not what we're in the business for. We're in the business of protecting access, protecting parking to access that's been well established for generations. That is what our charge is, not worrying about, somebody who's there 2 weeks a year, might have a surfer in the neighborhood. I mean, it is not, listen, the neighborhood is very surfer friendly and very access friendly. All right. It's just that all of a sudden there's parking going up, and I don't want that to stay. Okay. Because most of the favorability are all local people. These are our constituents. All right. I mean, they're property owners there, and they may rent. They may not be property owners, but these are local people who've been accessing this area, and this is something that just cannot just be, okay, we'll do it temporary, and if something happens, we'll fix it later. I mean, we have to stay focused on this and have clear demarcation lines of long-time parking solutions and redo the access points to find out what's going on and whose flower pot is that? Is that the town's flower pot or is that the neighbor's flower pot? Okay? Because that's what's going on down there. These people are encroaching on these areas, and they weren't put there for somebody to use as a landscape option. Okay?
Okay.
So this will fix it, like temporarily, right? So
It
now
was definitely a great placeholder. We're having right now. We're having parking down in that area. That's a good start, a very good start.
And then Jesse, with the committee that you're going to establish, we'll put that on the next
Or
agenda,
a future agenda item.
And then it will,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So then it's just.
Don't go to bed.
Right.
All right. Deb, were you able to hear the amendment?
Deb.
I think I have the gist of it. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So Terry, go ahead.
I have the language of the amendment, but I need to know who's making it and seconding it.
Yep.
Second.
Who can I make it as the president, or is that the?
Yeah.
No.
Patrick, you make it.
It's your agenda.
No, I don't think I'm actually not supposed to.
All right. Okay. Direct. I got it right.
I have the amendment. Just need to know who's making it.
All right. I'll make it. I'm gonna direct the town solicitor to provide.
You don't have to say it all over again. She has it.
Okay, you already have it. Okay, well, I make the amendment that was
I'm gonna
previously
second it.
read.
Good.
Okay.
Don't second it.
I
Good.
second it. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, before we vote, don't be upset with me, but it is an amended motion, so it's basically a new motion. So we're gonna take public comment on that. There's only one hand up. So, Dan, can you, two hands?
Three hands. The first one is Joe Ghazi.
4 hands.
Joe, please state your full name and address. You're muted now, so we'll try another.
No.
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you? Yeah, I'm just concerned that there was a lot of issue raised around earlier the conversation before Mr. Murray started on his
rant.
Yeah, sure. That 22 spaces was kind of an overreach. And now we're going to allow for obviously what appears to be triple that, double that number. I mean, you're going the entire lengths of these streets now. So I don't understand how something that was or should have been concerning to be an overreach with 22 spots is now going to result in what would you estimate, Mr. Murray? How many spots will be available now to park?
Well, Joe, as you know, most of those areas are inaccessible with a car to park because you're gonna be in a ditch. So I can't fathom, but if we wanna, Jesse, we can also add no more than 22 spots to be, designated.
Oh, we can't do that because.
All right. Well, I mean, when it comes time to.
I think it's only fair. That was the original amount. That was the amount that was concerning to some of you council members.
Well, we can no more than 22 spots to be designated when we move forward to the crushed stone scenario.
That sounds fair. I mean, we did start off, I was concerned about the 22, so I think that's fair.
We need an amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Murray, I also like to share a comment, and I hope you don't find offense to this, but sir, I am greatly offended at some of the commentary that you in turn alienates people like myself who have lived there for 17 years now, and I enjoy the area. However, I feel like you cast me and others in this light, and I can only relate it to this word. It's some kind of like local racism that you possess against. Hey man, hear me out, because you don't value me because I'm not from there. I'm not one of you. I didn't grow up in Rhode Island. My uncle didn't live there for 100 years. I mean, man, you beat that drum and you beat it hard. So I think that you need to look at your commentary with a much broader scope because it's rather offending to me, okay? So I have every right to own property, cast my opinion, pay my taxes, and do my good for that community, whether I live in Suffield, Connecticut, or Narragansett, Rhode Island. I'm sorry, sir, but your comments offend me.
I believe it.
Dan, who's next?
Next is Paula Darren.
Paula Darren, 15 Pilgrim Avenue and 4 Pilgrim Avenue. I would echo the comments made about Mr. Murray's comments being offensive. I pay my taxes in Narragansett, and you seem to enjoy having the money to spend. Whether I'm there for 2 weeks, 365 days is really none of your concern. I'm a tax-paying resident of the town, and you should treat me no different than you treat anybody else that lives in Narragansett. And whether I live there full-time or part-time, or am never there and just pay my taxes, should be of no consequence to you. Second point I would make is before you decide to make parking available on the north side of Pilgrim Avenue, I would strongly encourage you, and I've sent several of you emails on this tonight during this call. I would strongly encourage you to look at the property boundaries, because the last thing you want to do is have cars parking on private property because you authorized it, and you will now have a different issue on your hands. So I own property on both sides of the street. I had both properties surveyed. The variance on the north side of Pilgrim Avenue is barely 2 feet. If you allow cars to park on Pilgrim Avenue, on that side of the street, you are going to have them parking on private property. I would encourage you to do your homework before you determine what side of what street and where people can park, independent of runoff and all of the other items that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Glenn St. Germain.
Glenn, please state your full name and address.
There you go.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Glenn St. Germain, Nindergrit Road, Narragansett. I had raised a concern about the parking just south of Black Point earlier. Is that going to be involved in this, or is this just for the Point Judith residential neighborhood?
This is just for the Point Judith neighborhood. The area you're speaking on Ocean Road would be state. The town may be involved in some management of that, but I'm not sure of the details. But I know exactly what area you're talking about.
Okay, so is that something that I would raise to DEM or somebody in that?
I'm not sure, but you know, we could follow up. If you want to send me an email, I could follow up on that.
That'd be fantastic. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Win Hames.
Win, please state your full name and address.
Win Hames, 30 Wood Avenue, Narragansett. I want to agree a lot with what Patrick has said. If I go back when Patrick was in Cub Scouts and I was his den leader, I used to go down to these areas for various nefarious events, and the roads were wider. You used to be able to go at Hazard Avenue, used to go down and be able to perpendicular park along the edge of the road. Over the years, all these areas have grown up. The town still owns that property we're talking about. The town can still utilize that property for parking. It's just because it's grown up, we haven't maintained it, doesn't mean we lose it. Should be able to use it for whatever we want, you know, whatever benefits the residents and the people who use that. So I'm 100% in support of what Patrick has said. And I wish you very good luck in doing all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is owner again.
Please state your full name and address. You might be muted. I think you're muted.
He is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'll try again. It's Martin Etten, 24 Caliph Avenue. I would like to echo the sentiments that Joe expressed about the way Patrick Murray has conducted himself. It is unbecoming of him. It is shameful. I haven't seen a rant on public meetings like I have seen this evening. He's huffing and puffing and even now gesticulating and moving his face and giving all these comments and raised eyebrows are not becoming of you and your office. The second point I want to make is that it is clear from the way he was discussing it, and I'm pleased it's been recorded, that he is so confused that he confused the other members there as to what was acceptable, what wasn't acceptable, what should be done. And what came out of that tirade was, well, let's just get this fixed tonight and we'll make a temporary adjustment to the situation and let the future look after itself. If that's the way you consider your responsibility to look after the interests of the citizens, then I think you require a lot of consideration as to whether you're serving the interests of the community. You seem to be serving only the interests of those people who apparently put you in office. The third thing that I want to say is that I would encourage you to look at input, as I suggested earlier, from the experts, because none of you there seem to have any real understanding, information, or any expertise about that which you're about to try and pass a motion on. Teresa correctly pointed out that you have strayed dramatically from the proposed recommendation of a motion, and I think you're inviting a lot of dispute about this and whatever may follow from that. So I would urge you, please, to seriously consider not passing a motion at this meeting, talking to the experts, getting the input from the people who are experts, and then give you advice, and then eliminate some of the confusion that is clearly in your own minds and amongst yourselves. You all seem to be acting in the best interests of all parties concerned, but the confusion that we are confronted with listening to you today is really totally unacceptable of people of your office. So my suggestion is that you do not pass any motion, you do not take any temporary recommendation at this stage. And if you do so, you do so because it's going to create a lot of problems for everybody else without proper due diligence given to the issue. So I understand that you mean well, we all want compromise, but I would recommend again and urge you, please, to speak to people, research the thing properly, and then come with a proper recommendation in terms of that which has been published in your proposed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Paul.
Paul, full name and address, please. You're on mute for now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. I tried to get on earlier. I had some problems logging on. Listening to the meeting, I thought we all went in the right direction. First of all, my name is Paul Figueredo, and I currently purchased a house on 81 Caliph. And I currently am a Rhode Islander, born and raised in Cumberland, Rhode Island, and plan on retiring down in Narragansett, town that I love so much, and been going there with my family since I was born. Long period of time. And I just think the conversation with Patrick has changed. I'm not here to insult anybody. I believe we all need to coexist in this neighborhood.
Right.
I believe that we have to have the right of way for the surfers, the fishermen, to go in and fish as I did with my dad when I was 8 years old. And hopefully now at 63, I can get back out there and enjoy the ocean. I believe that we all have to coexist. We can't argue about this. We have to give the opportunity for all of us to work together. I believe that there are sections on Caliph that we can have designated parking in other areas, but we have to work together to resolve this, because I feel the frustrations from everyone right now, from the council to the surfers, to the neighbors, to the residents. So I think, Patrick and the committee there, we should just work together and resolve it.
Thank you.
And, if you have any suggestions, I'd love to listen to them. We've all spent many hours here this evening trying to figure things out. We have great neighbors here. And I'll be honest with you, I met a lot of terrific people in the neighborhood. I plan on retiring there in another year or so. And I invested a lot of money in the property, as my neighbors have. And I think every neighbor in this community has a lot of pride in their property. So I have nothing else to say. I just wish that we can all come to an agreement and work together. And Susan, I think you had some great comments earlier. My next door neighbor, Bill, I'm just lost for words. So the first thing I noticed on the maps where it was intended for parking on Califf and Pilgrim, now it goes from the total street. So I think we should all work together on this. And, you know, I have nothing else to say. This has been going on for 2 years, 3 years. Let's just resolve it. Let's work together. And, you know, I encourage anybody who wants to reach out to me. We can walk the property lines and just work together, folks. That's it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul.
Jesse, we're coming up on 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Before we go to the next, we need a motion to continue, to extend by 15 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Susan, you start the vote?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Dan, who's next?
Next is Christine Morgan.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Please just state your full name and address, please.
Christine Morgan, 44 Califf. And I was hopeful at the beginning of this meeting because there seemed to be a lot of movement towards compromise. Several of the council members seemed to be very flexible. And I agree with Martin. Once Patrick Murray spoke, you all allowed yourselves to be bullied by him and you've all changed your tune dramatically. One of you asked if he was happy with this. Of course he's happy. He's getting more than he asked for. We went from 22 spots, which is out of proportion for the neighborhood, to the full street on both sides, on 3 streets. I do think it's irresponsible for you to just give, you know, an unspecific ordinance like that without saying from this area to this area, there's parking permitted. You're not even keeping into consideration the areas that there are properties that are owned or that could be developed, people's driveways. If you say to the surfing community, you can park anywhere you want from this whole side of the street, I do fear that that will be taken advantage of. And I do think it's irresponsible to not be very specific in your language and have signage saying, which most streets do, parking is permitted from this area to this area. And I agree with Mr. Pugh that it's difficult to assign a specific number of spots because it does depend on the type of car that's parked there. But please do not allow yourselves to be bullied by Mr. Murray just because he has the loudest voice on the council. It's irresponsible. So I hope that you reconsider and that you don't pass an amendment tonight, but that you do your due diligence and research the area and take your time, because we do want to compromise and work together. And I feel like we've taken a huge step backwards in the 3+ hours that we've been discussing this. So thank you for letting me speak again.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Stephen.
Stephen, please state your full name and address. You are on mute. Let me see. Yeah,
hello, Stephen Fulop. Hold on. Stephen Fulop, 84 Califf.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay, so I want to start by addressing Patrick Murray's comments specific about me on 84 Califf, because I highlighted the point that the town allowed me to put planters and encouraged me to put planters. And he twisted that into something as if I did something wrong. And I find that offensive from Patrick Murray to start. Secondly, I would just highlight that in my entire life, I have never been as embarrassed by an elected official as I have by the conduct of Patrick Murray tonight. I mean, he didn't make one cogent point other than being the loudest one and drowning out every other council member that tried to have a dialogue. As a matter of fact, at one point, his strongest point for crushed gravel was that I ate crushed gravel for lunch, an ignorant statement. And so I would just echo the sentiment of the previous speakers who said somehow we went from 22 spots that were thought out and a conversation around right-of-ways to a entire street, 3 entire streets, as a matter of fact. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that, to Patrick Murray, that the language of just alienating individuals and pitting lifetime residents against new residents is just wrong. It is absolutely wrong and not becoming of that council. And so that's my point. And I would echo the sentiments of the other speakers and say, please just tread carefully on this, because clearly there is a lot of concern, a lot of pushback, and to go from 22 spaces to wherever we are now, 50, 60 spaces, is a dramatic change. It is a dramatic, dramatic change. And as I said with my initial comments, I'm all for more right-of-way access to the waterfront. I'm all for finding parking spaces there. And I'm also comfortable with the parking spaces being down there by the access point. I'm all for working for people on that. But at the end of the day, the way he approached it is absolutely wrong. And I would just urge the council to not be bullied by him. Just because he's the loudest does not mean he's right. Thank you very much.
Next is Dr. Alba.
Yes, thank you all. You know, I'm really shocked that people are offended by the way Mr. Murray approached himself. And I know Jesse, I know Susan, I know everyone who's up there, they're all educated. They're not going to be bullied. So this political correctness of trying to say that he's the loudest, that he's influencing them, these are all educated people out there. He only wants to have it to go back to the way it was before the last town council made it. So why do we allow one town council, the previous town council, step in, change the rules that was in place for years, and now all of a sudden we have to abide in that rule? It doesn't make sense. It's like if you have Ocean Road near Narragansett Beach, we're going to say a town council is going to come in and say, oh, you're going to only have half of the parking spaces on Ocean Road, and that's it. And then when the next town council comes in and they want to have it go back to the way it was, all of the neighbors in the town or the people on the town, and I don't think Patrick didn't mean anything offensive by saying that people are outside of the town and inside of the town. I know Patrick. He doesn't insult people that way. What he's trying to say is that people who might be living there year round, the majority of people who have been complaining have been outside. That's a fact. He's not labeling you or targeting you. He's just stating a fact on the amount of people who are complaining. So while you are saying why, we shouldn't be able to make this now, or we're opening this up, we're having it go back to the way it was for years and years and years. It's called past practice. Now, if you want to build a mansion over there and for 2 or 3 years, you didn't have the cars there. Well, you know what? It should have never been that way in the first place. I mean, so it's just mind-boggling to me when you guys are targeting Patrick, who I thought cogently and succinctly brought forth a good argument. So, I just take offense. I just take offense when people go out there and they target Patrick Murray or Jesse Pugh or Susan or any of these people are dedicating their time and effort. And a lot of times, sure, they get heated because they have to correct the mistakes of a former town council. We had the library issue, and thank God we're correcting that. If you want to hear heated arguments, go back and listen to those arguments as well. Thank you very much. And y'all doing a good job. God bless you.
Thank you, Al. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is John Kennedy.
John, please state your full name and address.
Yes, it's John Kennedy, 19 Pilgrim Ave, Narragansett. And you can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I've been holding off a little bit, but I've been a resident in Narragansett for over 34 years. I've lived on Pilgrim Avenue for over 26 years, 27 years now. So we've seen development, right? So things change and it's called development. And so I guess I'll try to keep it short and sweet, but I agree with a lot of what the residents of the community have stated. And I think my recommendation is that the council, you don't have all the facts. There's been a lot of hearsay. For the last 27 years on Pilgrim Ave, there has been no parking signs on the street. You know, the Mike DeCecco, DPW director, he stated, the chief of police stated, back to the 70s, there's been an ordinance, right? So the fact that there wasn't development and you had many lots that weren't developed, or you had lots that might have had a garage and people, you know, yeah, all the surface everyone parked, but there has been coexistence for the whole time we've been on Pilgrim. You can hear everyone from the community. They support the access. They support providing parking, which, you know, means access, but it needs to be done in an intelligent manner. You know, there should be statement of facts, not hearsay by countless speakers. To me, so that the council can make informed decisions. So I think it should be a respectful conversation. There shouldn't be rants, shouldn't be, derogatory comments made. It just should be, humans behaving as humans. And I think the council needs more information. There should be more due diligence, more involvement, more participation from both sides of the issue. And I think that the motion should be tabled until we arrive at that point. You've heard from everyone that, the surfing community, the residents, people are surfing. They're not getting tickets right now. And I think there's coexistence today. So I don't think by tabling this motion that would make, that delay in providing a more permanent solution would really affect people's ability to surf. And I just recommend that you table the motion, do some more due diligence. And I do thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next is Colin Hines.
Colin, full name and address, please.
I know.
Colin Hines, 88 Tupelo Trail. I'll try to make this brief. So I think from what I'm hearing from everybody, and I'm going to see if I can get this. So it seems like, obviously not everybody, there are a lot of people now who are upset with the fact that the parking along the roads has now been expanded, right? And what I've heard is that obviously Patrick feels very strongly about the investigation of the crushed stone for obviously what seem to be sound reasons. Obviously, they're going to get torn up if you allow parking in certain sections. It makes perfect sense to have something maybe a little more durable, sustainable, right? If you're going to allow parking in a certain stretch. But I'm thinking that, and you guys obviously can have at it, but what I'm thinking might be a good compromise from what I'm hearing is that going back to your original spots, but not necessarily, it's like, Jesse, you wanted to designate like a certain side of the street, right? Mm-hmm. Why not just designate the certain sections already spelled out? And you can add the 2 parking spots at the end of Connet and at the end of Pilgrim where the access ways are, like you wanted, right? That's part of what you had in right now, right? You're going to still continue to have parking at the end of Connet, end of Pilgrim. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So you can fit probably 2 cars in each one of those dead ends, right? By the access points. All right. If you get rid of the one by Nichols, that has 4 spots, you make up the other 4 at the ends of Connet and end of Pilgrim, right? With those 2 at the end of Connet, the 2 at the end of Pilgrim. All right. You take the stretch that you had along the middle of Pilgrim, right? Where you had, what was it, 8 or 10? Where you had 8 cars on Pilgrim, and you had 10 cars on Louise, right? In front of lots, obviously, that currently aren't really developed. I mean, at least there, if you designate those sections, I feel like what I'm hearing from the people who live there right now about them being really upset about the expanded parking along the entire side of the street is that maybe if you guys just go back closer to your original proposal, still say that basically all you're doing is lifting the parking ban for those sections, and still say that you're going to explore the gravel option that Patrick had stated, I think you could probably find the compromise you're looking for, in my opinion. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Jude Point.
Jude, please state your full name and address.
Well, hi, this is Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. I think it would be wise to table the motion. It would also be wise to have a work session on this, I think. You know, there seems to be the will to compromise. It's, you know, it's 11:15. We've only gotten to 2 agenda items in the evening. And, you know, there's a certain sunk cost that people don't want to give up naturally. It's not a criticism, but, you know, something doesn't have to get done tonight. And it's probably in the town's best interest to have another dialogue and another work session, and to not, you know, to not try and jam something through, because that's how it kind of feels right now, that something's got to happen tonight. And, you know, there's a lot of goodwill on both sides to get something done. And, you know, just want to point out again that, you know, these have existed for 40 years. It's a matter, the parking restrictions have existed for 40 years. It's just a matter of enforcement. And, you know, you guys don't have to jam something through tonight. It's really more nuanced and complicated. And so I would encourage you to table the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Tim.
Excuse me, Jesse, we're hitting.
Oh, yes, that's
quarter
right.
after.
We'll need a motion to extend 15 minutes.
I'll make that
moved.
motion.
Oh. Second.
All right, Susan, we'll take the vote.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Kovac, aye.
Patrick. Patrick, you pretending to be asleep? All right, Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-0 with 1 abstention.
He was frozen.
Yeah. I think he said aye.
Oh, aye, okay,
No.
5-0. All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Joe Ghazi.
Okay.
Didn't he just speak?
I've lost track.
Yes, maybe Sydney, though, his wife.
Hi, this is Sydney. This is Joe's wife. I didn't just speak, but I just want
Sorry.
to explain to you that I really am disappointed in the way you're handling this, like, lambast of how you're going to propose these streets and these parking. Please go to tabling this position and making sure that we have the ability to give our opinions properly. And so you understand exactly what's going on, because this is not just about making everyone happy and making generations happy in their parking and making sure that their parking situation is okay. This has a lot more to do with our neighborhood. So please, please, please take a minute to evaluate us.
Thank you. I know Tim Burnett was about to speak before we extended, so Tim, if you put your hand up, you'll be able to speak. There's one left, Stuart Sheehan.
That is correct.
Yeah, Stuart Sheehan, 35 Tanglewood Trail. I want to echo a little bit of, I believe it was Colin, if I have the names correct, what he said, as well as chip in a little bit of a, I guess, some history and some short frustrations there, where there was a lot of diligence done the last time this came around with the spots that are proposed currently, with overheads drawn up, workshops made, opinions curated from various planners and professionals, etc. And that was all met with, I guess this is a quote off the top of the head, with, no, why don't you just buy one of these houses if you want access? So I think there's some of that history and backstory, which maybe colors some of the remarks from folks. So I agree that there is a lot of goodwill on both sides, but I just want to provide some of the context that maybe is stirring up some emotions. And I think what's maybe a frustration is that I thought some of those proposals have some good history and work into them, and that those spots aren't just, oh, we want to ram down a bunch of access down throats. There's processes, there's history, there's overheads that were drawn up. There was clear diagrams of specific spots, not just ambiguity to kind of general parking. So that's what was kind of frustrating, that when that effort was made and those engagements were made previously, that they were pretty much stonewalled by the quote unquote residents or folks. I know that there's a new council now, so my hope is that that doesn't get abandoned, and maybe we do need to revisit it so everyone can kind of see the clear work that was done. But I hope that that's not lost on everyone, because I do think that there are emotions here, and I can be emotional with some of this, and I know a lot of people are, but don't let that kind of, I guess, color the conversations too much from the goodwill on both sides and the past diligence. Because ultimately, I think everyone will be most happy when there's kind of clear and lasting solution to this. And I don't think just ripping the parking signs down is probably that, because it's a lot easier to put the screws back in. So I think something that has a degree of infrastructure and has clear boundaries and delineations made probably makes both parties happiest, and makes for something that will last, because it's clear where people can and can't park, and it's clear that this is what the purpose of the access point is, because it is to be accessed. You shouldn't have to go and park there and feel like you're not welcome. You should be clear that this is where I should park. This is how I can access it. And then that makes the boundaries clear for everyone else for now, but also in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Dan, who do we have left?
Next, we have Avon Durfee.
All right, Avon, first name and address, please.
Avon Durfee, 221 Sunnybrook Farm Road. I think it's definitely pretty convenient for a lot of residents to quote, say, table the motion and say that surfers aren't getting tickets, but we are still getting tickets, and this still is an issue. The town council represents all the people. That's all the people of Narragansett, not just the few who you've heard from tonight who live in this neighborhood. This past motion and these amendments, we had a roundtable for this. There were workshops made, as Mr. Sheehan has stated, and there was plenty of time for discussion. Back then, at different motions, many different councils ago. And now is when change needs to happen. I think it's pretty insulting to the council to say that they were bullied into a decision. Council member Cicilline seconded the amendment, and I think they all know what they're doing. Mr. Murray is restoring the precedents that have been set for years and is redoing the mistakes of the previous council. A lot of people say that politicians don't get things done, and this is one of those times where gridlock should not happen. After a 4-hour discussion, things should start to change. You all campaigned on the premises of increasing coastal access, and I think this is a start. I guess at this point, having a committee for coastal improvement would be amazing, and down the road, it's definitely something that needs to happen soon. And I guess I'll leave you with this. So as human population develops, it is known that our infrastructure needs to develop, and we have to allow for this. Whether it's gravel or not gravel, something needs to change. Whether it's to increase the road size or to not increase the road size, something needs to change. No more gridlock, no more politics, straight facts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to close public comment. Get back to the motion. Does anyone have any desire to continue, to vote on it, to have any more discussion?
I'm just going to interject. Yeah, so I just want to make a statement here. I can't be bullied. Anyone who knows me knows that I can't be bullied. I came here with my own conviction. I know Patrick, and the reason that I'm asking if he's happy is because when I did read this motion, I was fine with it. I was just more concerned with making sure that it was environmentally friendly. So that was the point I was trying to make. I believe in coastal access, coastal rights of way, and I believe parking goes with that. So I'm just clearing that up. And Patrick's not bullying any of us. We all have our own mindset. I came in here, of course, I believe in compromise. So compromising as a council is not a big deal, and hearing the public comment, I'm happy to compromise, but I'm happy with the intent of this motion. So I just wanted to say that and speak my mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Eva. I also want to just kind of say that this has been going on for over a year. You know, there's been a lot of time and research put into this. And the idea of, you know, goodwill on both sides, I like that idea. However, we have proposed multiple options here, and all the options have been opposed in full by the residents that have spoke tonight opposing it. So when we proposed graveling a certain amount of spots, that was completely opposed. When we proposed not graveling and letting people just not get tickets to park where they already park, that's opposed. So where is the compromise? No matter what we decide to do, whether it's tonight or in 2 weeks, we're going to have people that are upset about it. We know that. And that's just part of the job. But we made promises, not to specific people, but generally, that this was a problem that we were going to resolve. Sure. And if you table it, you know, people are very eager to table it, because when you table something, you send it for more studies, it just doesn't happen. And, you know, I'm not a person to criticize government agencies or anything like that, but getting the state involved in studying this, that's not going to happen while we're on, you know, we're not going to see that come to any fruition while we're on this council. So again, people are parking in these areas. I don't really understand. Do you, you know, if you're in opposition to this, do you just want people to get tickets for doing it? Because it's going to happen no matter what. So what we're doing is just not penalizing it. And again, the 22 spots, that was always the start of something. So when me and Patrick proposed that, we said, let's get some parking in there, and then it could be reevaluated later, maybe expanded. But the idea, the knowledge is there that those spots are going to disappear. All 3 or 4 of those proposals for those specific areas were opposed by people in their streets. So nobody's happy with those. So we targeted those because they were undeveloped, but they're not always going to be undeveloped. It's just, it doesn't have the sustainable long-term characteristic that a general parking ordinance has. So I'm fine with it too. And I do feel bullied by Patrick generally, but not on this question. So.
Meet you out back.
Deb, do you have any thoughts?
Okay, guys, we're gonna need to, we have 5 minutes before we have to do this, you know, again.
You want to speak on this, Deb?
No, no.
Let's
I don't.
vote up and down.
Okay. All right, it's so the motion is by Patrick, seconded by Susan. So let's just go ahead and call the vote. Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva.
Eva Drzezinski, not a politician, but a public servant, aye.
Deb.
Eva always says the very best things. Because I'm not a politician, I'm a public servant, and I'm also not easily bullied. So, but you said that already. So Deb Kopek, aye.
And Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye. Thank you, respectfully.
Jesse Q, aye. Motion approved 5-0.
So that was the vote on the amendment.
Right.
Correct.
So now
we have to vote on the motion, right?
Main motion as amended.
And we took comment on this already.
Yeah.
Main motion. So we'll go back. We'll go to the vote. Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva.
Eva Drzezinski, there was compromise here, aye.
Deb.
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Whew. All right.
And
Now we have to do the
Jesse.
we
No.
need to extend. What'd you say?
Jesse.
Yes.
No, you cannot tender your resignation yet.
All right, I'll put that on the
Hang in there,
next agenda. All right, Why don't we make a motion to extend?
I'll make the motion to extend 15 minutes.
Yep.
Second,
Second by Deb. We'll take the vote. Susan,
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
All right, Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. I think we can get through these pretty quickly. So number 9 is a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm the rental of 5 message boards due to COVID-19 from ATS Equipment Incorporated, utilizing the Rhode Island Master Price Agreement, MPA, and the total amount of $14,375. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
All right, is there a second by Patrick?
A second.
All right. Is there any questions or discussion on this?
I just had a question. On this. There are 5 message boards. Where are they and what are they? I understand there were 14,000. I don't know what they are.
Okay.
Would Jim answer that or Mike?
Yeah, it's a good question, Susan. They have since been returned. They were used all during the state of emergency for COVID. We had them at the Rotary. We had them on Boston Neck Road.
My Judith Road.
Used them by the beach during the beach season. So everything from wearing the mask to social distancing to quarantining when the quarantine rules changed. A lot of municipalities throughout the state, they were difficult to get at during COVID.
I guess I was in the house a lot. I didn't see them. I guess I stayed home.
But yeah,
All right,
those
Joe.
are return. That was the monthly rental.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Everyone good?
Yep.
All right, there's no hands up for this, so let's go ahead and take the vote.
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 10 is a motion to approve the purchase of 1 new Wenco Metro message board from ATS Equipment Incorporated, utilizing the State of Rhode Island Master Price Agreement, MPA, in the amount of $12,900. Is there a motion?
Um,
Second.
All right, second by Patrick. Any questions or discussion? All right, so this would be actually purchasing to own one of the message boards. We'll take the vote. Susan,
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 11 is from IT Department. It's a motion to approve the renewal of the email filtering service from Zones LLC in the amount of $16,342.89. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
I'll move the motion.
All right, that was made by Eva and seconded by Patrick. Any questions? All right, there's no one for public comment. So we'll go to the vote. Susan,
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 12 is a motion to approve the renewal of Viewpoint OpenGov application services with OpenGov Inc., Viewpoint Government Solutions Inc., in the amount of $17,764.
Excuse me, we have to re-up. It's 11:31.
We did
did
it
we?
early. We
Oh,
did
all
it
right.
early,
Sorry. You're doing a good job.
I know. I'm sorry. Yeah, except now I'm getting tired.
We'll get through this quick. Is there a motion for this?
So moved.
I'll move the motion.
All right, that's moved by
Second.
Deb, seconded by Patrick. Any comments or questions?
No.
All right, and there is no hands up. Susan, can you start the vote?
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. From The engineering department is number 13, a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm the emergency repairs to the wastewater division sewer at State Street and Great Island Road, completed by RP Iannuccio and Sons Construction Company in the amount of $55,750. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Second by Eva. Any questions or comments? Nope. All right. We'll start the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Eva Drzinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved. 5-0. Number 14 is a motion to approve the contract extension for miscellaneous repair and construction for the Water Division, Wastewater Division, and Public Works Department for a one-year period with George Sherman Sand and Gravel Company Incorporated at their quoted prices and rates under the same terms and conditions as the previous year. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Second. Any comments or questions?
Yeah, I had a question on this.
So did I.
So the 186 from Sherman, is that used for anything that has, if we have an issue in wastewater or something that has to be repaired, that contract is good for the whole year on anything? So we could, use that for at any time? Is that how that works?
Mike, are you available to answer that? Mike DeChico?
It's 186.
186. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
186.
miscellaneous, so I think it could be used for anything.
Yeah,
Same
that's
bid
what I was
as
trying to
before.
figure out. Is it just if something goes wrong, are we paying, almost 200,000 for the year? If nothing goes wrong, like how does that work?
Yeah, and I had a similar question. My question was, do we just pay as we go for whatever services we use?
Right. Who can answer that?
John, could you please go ahead on that one?
Yes, that's just basically to pay as you go. We have the contractors on call and we use them all the time for water service connections and things like that. These are the rates that went into the fees that we just revised at the last meeting for the new water services and the like. So if we have a job for Sherman to work on, we get them out there and they come out and do it, and they're on call for these rates. It's just so we don't have to go out to bid every time we need them to come out and do a specific small job or other. So these items are just it's just a matter of being able to compare the original bids. And then it establishes the hourly rates for each of these pieces of equipment or labor categories.
So in any given year, you could actually either spend more or less than the amount that's on there. Is that right?
I don't think we could ever spend any less that's on there. Not the way
I'm just tired. Pay no attention to me.
But theoretically, yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's you'd have to go to each budget department and see where they use them. And again, the lion's
Right.
share is in the water department, I think, and DPW uses them a little bit, but we use a lot for water services and new water service connections.
Right. Noticed. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
All right, and then just one other note on that. So those are the same rates as 2017. So that quote from 2017 has just been continued. So same rate.
17?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
On that bid. So
I'm sorry, I had to move my entire, computer and stuff, so I'm missing some
I
of
know,
the
I'm about
information.
almost ready to, I'm almost out of battery here.
all right, let's get going then.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so
Vote.
Susan, let's go ahead and take the vote.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 15 is from the town clerk. It's a motion to appoint tree wardens to the town of Narragansett pursuant Rhode Island General Laws 2-14-2. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a
Second.
All right, so these are appointments, and we have, so it will be Steve Dagno and Joe Harvey would be who we would nominate, or I'll nominate them. They're the current tree wardens from DPW and from Parks and Rec. So it's basically a reappointment. Does anyone have a question about that?
No, excellent choices.
Yeah.
Great. All right. We already, sorry, we have a motion, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and take the vote. Susan,
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Kopek, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. 16 is a motion to appoint, reappoint, and confirm 6 employee representatives and appoint, reappoint 2 other individuals to the pension board.
I'll move the motion.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Patrick. So we continue this at the last meeting. These are basically, so these are reappointments for the council appointees. Jerry Shahagan and Andrew Baruta. And then we have the non-union staff employee rep, as well as the union reps. There were some, I think people want to do a little bit of research on their own before we came back and voted. So does anyone have any questions or comments on this?
Yeah, so I actually reached out to Jerry Sahajian and Andrew and had nice conversations with them. They're both going into their second term. So, I fully support both of their reappointments for the pension board.
Okay. I didn't speak to Mr. Sahagan, but I did speak to Andrew Baruta, and I feel totally confident in him as a member. He gave me a little bit of background on that Matthew Riley case, which was something that was brought up as maybe a concern, but his explanation to me felt completely relatable. I understood why he voted the way he did, so I feel good about it as well. All right, so there are no hands up, so let's take the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 17 is a motion to approve a victualling.
Victualling, that's right.
Victualling, yes.
Victualling.
License application for Couche Gourmet LLC, doing business as SoCo Veg at 140 Point Judith Road, Unit 5, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to local and state regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
All right. So this is also that proof unit. So this would be doing business out of that specific spot.
Oh, okay.
All right. Any questions?
No question.
All right. Let's take the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We have 4 minutes before we have to extend, so let's see how far we can get into this. This is the last motion. Number 18, it's a motion to approve the establishment of an Economic Development Commission consisting of 7 members, including 1 member of the Chamber of Commerce and 1 member of the Town Council. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. This comes from Susan and Patrick. So if either of you want to introduce this.
So just briefly, 2008, Councilman Wilkins had come up with this great idea and we had formed a committee and it was a really successful committee. And 2016, that committee got abolished for I'm not really even sure why today that committee was abolished. They did some great work in the town signage. They started the banner program. So this motion before you tonight is a motion from Patrick and I that actually has an advisory to the council. So the planning board would be they would be in an advisory capacity to the planning board and the council. So for the economic development in the town, they would be paying attention to the planning issues. They'd be paying attention to the town issues. The chamber would be tied in it. I actually called the chamber to let Peg know that the motion was on. There was a lot of support to work together to help the local economy. There's a mission on the bottom of the EDC motion that talks about how they'll work together with the local economy to help the businesses. And so I hope that the council will pass this. I think it will be an opportunity to really kind of help things move forward in the town of Narragansett. Patrick, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to also say that, they're going to work in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go to public comments, we do have a couple hands up. Let's go ahead and do an extension, and that should carry us through. If
So
there's a-
moved.
Second.
all right, so it's a motion to extend 15 minutes.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. If there isn't anyone on the council that wants to speak on this now, I'll go right to public comments. All right, Dan, who do we have?
First is Harry Schofield.
Harry, full name and address, please.
Unmute.
Yep, you're good. Yeah, we can hear you. Full name and address, please, Harry.
Harry Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue. So I served on this last Economic Development Committee for 2 terms until I got fed up and couldn't take it anymore. I'm surprised to hear Susan say it was a success because I thought it was an embarrassment and a disaster. And the reason for that, although this committee started out with the best of intentions and a lot of us were enthusiastic for the progress that could be made, it devolved to a political football. It became a committee devoted to the agenda of a couple of people who ran it and controlled it for their own agenda and their own grandizement. And it became a town embarrassment. And that was the reason I left halfway through the second term. And Susan should remember this. She was in a position at that time to affect it. But I think, in hindsight, the problem with that committee, aside from the fact that at least in my opinion, did not have the leadership and the expertise and the public spiritedness it needed to successfully address the agenda. Again, it started out good. I think the problem with something like this is it becomes a committee looking for a mission. There's no specific mission. People propose agendas, and eventually the agendas devolve to pure politics. And I think a much better approach is if you have a project you need working on, appoint citizens committee to specific tasks. Back when Pam Nolan was town manager and the riots occurred that led to the formation of the ad hoc committees to deal with the rental problem, she formed an ad hoc committee. And there were 3 subcommittees. I chaired the one on zoning. The subcommittees did their work. We made the reports. We did implement the forum related, most of the other proposals made by the subcommittees were adopted. The committee was abandoned and we went on. There's no footprint. There's no politics. Similar approach was taken to things like beach erosion. Again, if there's a need to work on economic issues or a particular issue, for example, Pier Village, Jesse, as you know, I discussed earlier, I sent you the proposal that the Narragansett Pier Residents Association solicited a year and a half ago from Union Studios to take a fresh look at the pier. We couldn't, move ahead with that because of COVID. But again, if you pick a particular issue, appoint a committee, work on that issue, finish it, dissolve the committee, and move on to the next thing. But to have a standing committee, it's a good idea to have people who are of such a mind to work on economic issues, but to have a standing committee without a mission is, again, opening the door to more bureaucracy and more special interests to be served, and doesn't strike me as, given the last history, something that at least I, as a resident and a taxpayer, would want to see repeated, particularly having lived through the anguish of the last one, and I do mean anguish. So that would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. For the last few speakers, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. We can wrap it up. without extending, hopefully. Dan, who's next?
Next is Steve.
Steve, first name or full name and address, please.
Steve Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett. Thank you, council members. I'll be brief, and I would have to agree with Mr. Schofield about what's happening here. When I see I see a lot of advising to the planning board, advising. And I don't know if we have any boards at this point that do a lot of advising directly to the planning boards. So I would recommend, I don't know where the genesis is of all the little star points and the bullet points came from, if it was the exact same one from the last committee, paper clipped in. I do the one portion of the bottom of it where it says that working in partners to develop, maintain the quality of life in Narragansett. That's fine if you can get all the same, like people kind of on the issue that are just looking for quality of life issue. I think if there's an economic issue, it becomes a standing committee, like Mr. Schofield said, and it just becomes kind of a, it's whoever's in the majority is going to push what they want on the committee. So if the makeup of the committee changes, if you recommend, if you try it on an ad hoc basis, maybe that's a good way to start out with this, see how it goes. If you make submissions, it always carries over to the next councils and also. So I think you'd be better served with trying to get something when there is an issue, but the residents come to it and work on some ad hoc issues. So it's a kind of a one and done type of thing. Give it a shot with it rather than a standing committee. And I know several people from my neighborhood that actually are on the committee, and they left, they quit, they just couldn't take it anymore for whether there's a lot of animosity on the committee. That's my comment. So maybe there's an alternative to doing something similar, which you'd like to do. I mean, which you would like to do. I understand it's some of this needs to be worked on, but maybe in a different fashion with the town. Thank you for my comments.
Thank you, Steve. Dan, who do we have left?
Next is Win Hames.
Win, full name and address, please.
Win Hames, 30 Wood Avenue. Susan, I agree that this committee should be reformed. The last time, what the previous speakers have said, yes, it got completely out of control, only because the mission of this committee was never really defined. If you're going to reform this committee, then you have to give the charge to that committee about what the responsibilities are. They can't go off in 15 or 20 tangents like they did last time. Stick to their mission, report back to the council. Whatever you want them to do, whatever you want them to look into, that's what they should be doing. Not taking on things from members and introducing things from the members into the council into the committee without going through the council first. But I think it's a good idea to get it back in place and have it work towards the goals that you really want it to work toward the goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Win. All right. We have one more hand up.
Next is Dr. Alba.
Please state your full name and address.
Dr. Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. I think Win has a good point. There has to be a system of checks and balances. Like Patrick said today, if we have a zoning committee authorizing plants where they shouldn't be, without approval or, due diligence, it could set the people up who are putting the plants in with costly, with mistakes, no fault of their own, if they're given the green light. So I think that we have to make sure that the town council oversees and doesn't give this committee carte blanche to be able to, like we're doing the bulk zoning ordinance to prevent these huge houses from being built in areas where they should not be because they're non-compliance properties, basically. So we just have to make sure that we do due diligence so that way no one committee has carte blanche so that they'll be able to be influenced by maybe any special interests. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll close public comment. Any thoughts or comments from the council?
Well, it did have some issues previously. I think a solid mission statement is in order. I think we can certainly hash that out later. So I'm on board with this.
Yeah, there's a mission statement on the bottom too.
Right. But
I have one included in there.
I saw that, but I think it just needs, the rules of engagement are important, and it's important to work in conjunction with the Chamber of Congress. Chamber of
Yeah, so
Commerce.
I echo those comments. I think it can be an impactful committee. I also, when I was campaigning, I wanted to bring that back.
Yeah.
And I think having the right individuals on it will make a world of a difference.
Right.
I was
already
thinking-
I have a couple people lined up who said they're very interested in this.
I made a note to actually just kind of look around at other EDCs to see if we can, just find some addition to the mission so that we do have something very specific. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, and there's a state group, and South Kingston has an
Yeah.
EDC. There's so many opportunities. Harry's point was well taken. There was difficulty with that committee, but I've served on almost every board of commission in the town, and guess what? They all have had their struggles around
Absolutely.
different issues, and part of the hard work is working through the issues. So I'm confident that if the right people are on it with good leadership, that we can really be moving forward as far as the local economy. So I think it's a great idea, and I hope you'll support it.
Great. Yep, and I'm in agreement with everyone. I think conceptually it's solid, and it's going to be about the membership and the liaison from the council as well. So I'm excited for it. All right, let's go ahead and take the vote.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb Kopic, aye.
And Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that motion.
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
Second by Eva. She got
Third, fourth, fifth.
it.
No public comment?
We already did open forum. It's early.
I
No-
know.
Oh, let's take the vote on that. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopic, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye. Thank you.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Thank you to town staff for hanging in with us.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much.
Hopefully all our meetings aren't this long.
Eva has to get up in like 2 hours.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Everybody.
Okay, bye.